The GTA 3 intro vibe. It was like that. That loading screen. It's true. It's true. Well, welcome in, everybody. We are here. It's Friday. It's Friday. Some debates tonight. And we're going to have some fun tonight and take it a little easy. I'm a little bit tired, so we're going to take it a little slow. But for now, I mean, we're just going to do a little intro tune. This is how we do it. Just like this. What a jam. What a fucking jam. What an absolute goddamn fucking jam. Look, what are we doing here? What's the mic stand doing here? Hi, everybody. A little bit of a loop to start us off today. Welcome everyone. Happy Friday. Discord's already lit. Now, for those of you who know about the Discord, oh, Benny's got the YouTube going. Thanks, Benny. Hi, people on YouTube. Let me see. Maybe I can go over there and say hi to them a little bit. Let's say hi to the YouTube people. Okay. Here we go. Hi. Hi. I'm in the chat over here. Now there's a bit of a delay, so we'll see what happens. But I do seem to be over there. So go to the Deconstruction Junction YouTube, and we're over there. There's a couple people watching over here. Oh yeah, look at that. How do we see how many people are watching? 17 people? That's actually that's impressive. Why are there that many people over there? Why aren't you guys over here? I'm glad you're there. And the other thing I was going to say is in the Discord there is a bingo card event of some kind happening. And I'm not super privy to it. I intentionally am like leaving myself out of it. in order to make sure I don't like mess it up. But there might be some things I say or the guests say, or I don't know, something that someone says at some point that will trigger a bingo. And then if it happens, who's going to tell me? Shalay, are you going to like request up, or are you going to maybe if you put it in something else, like put it in Jokesies or something, so I'll see it, or just tag me or something, and I'll do my best to mention it if it happens. But no cheating, I guess, or cheat. I don't care. Grayson, hi, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
28, Christian. Question: would you classify yourself as an incel man? Yes or no?
Can you define it?
Yeah, involuntarily celibate.
No.
Are you lying?
I do that by choice.
Okay, so you choose celibacy.
Yeah.
How long has this been going on for?
A couple days.
So, a couple days ago, there was voluntary incelibacy.
Yeah.
Are you lying to us?
No, why?
Mezzo, be truthful for just a minute. That's all we're asking for.
Are you taking notes?
No, I'm listening very closely.
You should take notes.
I'm taking notes.
What do you have so far?
Read
it back.
You choose to be. You're not involuntarily celibate. You choose.
I'm not currently fucking. If that's what you're asking me, like right now, okay. I'm not having intercourse.
So there's no fucking currently.
Are you?
Well, in this very moment?
Yeah.
No.
Fucking virgin. I knew it. What a verge.
Fuck you, bro, okay?
This guy's a verge. Get out of here.
All right.
There was, remember when Among Us was on? There was like that game Among Us, and I played that a little bit. It was a fun game. And like, I don't know, like I'm sure it was some like, 16-year-olds or something. But when like Among Us, when like the game had ended and we were all had like you tried to figure out who the murderer was or something like that, and so everyone was pointing fingers and stuff, and like some random person when they came out was like, whoever thought it was me was a fucking verge. And I just cracked up for so long, so hard. Like I just thought it was such a funny insult to shorten it to verge. It got me. I had never seen it before. It was new to me. So I liked it. Hi, let's see how to say this name. Bulko Mila.
I am not supposed to be up here.
Well, it's so nice to have you here, and I'll drop you down.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Bye. Oh wait, it didn't work. W's for Bukomala. Bukomala. Was that on the bingo card that my virginity that verges come up, and then also someone accidental request? Like someone's gonna win real quick here. Vernon, what's your age and religion?
I'm 12 years old and I'm Christian.
Okay. Yeah, you might have been the guy who said it. Is underage child on the bingo card? Someone's gonna win in a second. Someone already got it. It's game over. Right? What's the free spot? Is this free spot just like Mezzo is dreamy? Maybe something like that? Dreamy. It should say free will, because it's gonna happen. Like you can just put free will in the middle for everyone. It's gonna happen. Am I right? It sounds like if Snoop Dogg was saying our names together. Right? By the way, Shaza, is yours like a Snoop name like mine? Like, is your real name just Shah, but you call it Shaza? I'm lagging? I'm lagging? Yeah. I just have it like Snoop Doggified, kind of. Mezzo. you know, that'll thing.
This is how we do it. 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 This is how we do
Hell yeah. One more time. Now in a little while we'll have some real guests coming up. No rush though. We can hang out, we can wait out. It is the top of the hour. For everyone listening there at home on YouTube, around the world, TikTok, if you're on Twitch watching this, I don't know how you did it, but you did it, and I'm proud of you. Later we'll have Joel stopping by. Joel's at work, and so that'll be good. Hey, let's do a prank on Joel. What can we do a thing like when Joel gets here where everyone starts saying something in chat that would be like silly. Oh shit, he's here. It's too late. We gotta plan that earlier.
Just showing up, didn't listen to what you said as I came in.
Didn't get to do it. I was just like, oh, he's gonna be here probably in a minute. What if I made them all so like as soon as you show up, just everyone starts putting in like, you know, broken heart emojis. You'd be like, what happened or whatever, like something that was like flooded. But I couldn't think of something fast.
That's such a smart idea, but you know, like, I mean, maybe you don't know this, but I just like clear the screen. Like, I don't look at the chat. I don't care about the like underlings. Is that the word that you would use?
Subordinates.
Subordinates, yeah. Peons or whatever we call them. I wouldn't.
I don't think we should pee on them, but I do think that like if they're below us and you're peeing, they're gonna get a little on them.
Yeah, if they blow us and you pee a little bit, I mean, they're gonna get a bit of piss in their mouth, and that happens. But Matt. See, I should block this because I'm.
You're seeing it.
Oh. This add your name character needs a little bit of a block because they're putting way too many weird things in their chat.
Well, that would maybe they were doing the prank that I didn't get to think of on time.
Well, they got blocked for that.
Let's do a prank where we all block each other.
Let's block everyone in the live, Mezzo. That would be so funny.
How are you, buddy? How's work?
It's fine. It's like meh, like ugh.
It's
like meh, like ugh.
It's
food.
Oh, what do you eat? What are you getting?
It's some sort of like it's a shawarma place. So it's like some shawarma-y type of thing. But
have
it's like
the meat log that's on the spindle.
I guess this because I'd never go there. I just get them to send it to me, and it's like there's chicken in the thing, I think, but it's like rice and potatoes. Like they used to do fries, but now they do like cubed potatoes, like almost like home fries, like breakfast potatoes. They're
I'm
nice.
into that.
Yeah. And then it's lagging. And then Crystal just said it's lagging.
Oh, it's all glitched up again, but you can still hear me?
You're perfectly fine for me, so it might just be, which is weird because I have the bad internet here.
You want to step down and look at it and see if it's like that? Oh, some people say it's not lagging for them. Oh, you know what I should do is clear my my TikTok cache out.
The cache?
Maybe I should end the live and do that real quick before too many people.
You should have more people in here by now, right? Because you've been going for like 10 minutes.
Not that long, but yeah.
Oh.
I mean, well, yeah. It's been. Let me do that. Let me clear the cache, and real quick, and I'll be right back. Was this on the bingo? Is someone gonna get a bingo card? All right, I'll be back.
I'm sure you won't be satisfied. It's just that it's the same answer.
Are you there? It's okay. It's just me. Jesus. Do you need some wine?
I don't know if Benny may need to restart the live thing out here. Hi everyone. Okay. If you're coming back in, hey, welcome back in. That's all well and good. You all lose your free will. Okay. I'm gonna have to not look at the Discord now because you guys are talking about the thing. And I don't want to see the thing. Oh, and now I turned gifts back on. I'm such an idiot. Okay. I'm back.
All right, I'm turning off the chat.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do that.
Turn off the chat forever?
As host, I don't think I have that option.
What? That's
I can make
crazy.
it
You can do that.
big.
Hi, Marissa.
But also, I don't mind it being there. I like seeing it, but I have a hard time tracking it.
Shut up, Amanda. That sounds rude, but that's Amanda's name.
No, you gotta say
okay?
it's only if you say it twice, then you're being rude. Shut up, Amanda is like, whoa.
Yeah, that's rude. Never say
down,
that. Yeah.
I don't know about this Puma guy. He's changed his username to be my face, and he was messaging me trying to get into our Discord. I don't know who that is, and I don't know if I like that.
Well, he's got over 5,000 followers, so I suggest we bring him in because I like people that have a lot of followers.
Are they all going to come in with him? I think he might be a Christian. No, I don't mind Puma. It's okay. Look, if you're gonna, I would like it if everybody's username was my face. If everyone's profile picture just used my face, I'd be into that. I think that would be really hot. Here it is. Let's see. Yeah, I don't remember. Did we talk before? Are you a Christian?
I've come up. No, I'm a freak and dumpling. I'm a freaking dumpling.
Oh, okay.
But I screenshotted it because that's a moment where you said, "Is it lagging?" And then it was frozen like that on your face. So then I messaged you. I was gonna send you this picture, but I'm like, oh, I can't do that on TikTok.
Yeah, TikTok DMs are really shitty. There was someone else named Puma that I spoke to recently who was a Christian. I think that's why I was like, wait, is this? That's why I was like not sure about it because
Well,
I did
come up the other. I think it was like 2 nights ago, but it was right when I thought it crashed. I thought your live crashed, and that's why
it did. I was trying to get the music going.
Was sending Joel super chats saying, "What the helly?"
Okay, well, I don't see that you're a freak on this thing, but if you're a dumpling, then you can get into the Discord, and that would be cool.
Oh, what the crap?
But the thing is, like, Mezzo's not good at that. Like, Mezzo is not good at sending people a link. But if you DM me, I'll go in, I'll look up all my hardcore fans, and if you're one of my hardcore fans,
I am, Joel. You know this.
And you will be. I'll send you that.
I would love to have you in there.
Thank you. I've tried to do it like months ago, and then I gave up because I was like, I don't know why this isn't working, and then
I just nuts in there.
Like, it gets nuts, so
fucking nuts in there.
That's insane. But yeah, I wanted to just show you this little face, so I'm gonna change it back. I'm not gonna keep this as
if
my
you
profile
keep this
picture.
forever. It was honest just because I was like, is this some like Christian troll thing that is they're like doing a weird thing? But like, I get it. This is great. Yeah,
I've never done anything.
Well,
like
Osa does that. Before. It's great. I love it, but I don't want to. I wasn't sure yet. So everyone, if you want to use my face, I've always said that like pretty much everything I do is public domain. I've just like given myself up in that way.
Pretty cool to have a different screenshot every like person.
I'd have to like
one with you with like one of the
little photo shoot.
Yeah. Wait, do that again. I just missed a bunch.
Yeah, there was a guy a long time ago when I was doing, what was the first? Oh, God's description is a contradiction, therefore he's fiction, which is a great background that I might run tonight. I haven't done it in a little while. And then someone else there's like a guy I think he was in South Africa, and he just took the exact wording of it, and someone sent it to me, and I had stumbled across it later too. And at first it's kind of like, this is weird. This guy just stole my rhyme? And he's doing my exact thing, and then I was like, "Oh, right, I don't care. That's fine." like your initial instincts are like, "This is weird," but then I'm like, "What the fuck? I don't care. Everyone can do what you can take this exact background. I don't fucking care. It's totally fine. I'm not I'm like so shitty about proprietary stuff. So
that's very admirable. I'd get a little funky about it.
Whereas with me, I'm like, you dare to like read the same translation of the Bible that I read, and I'm suing you. Like it's like, I've read that now, it's mine. You know what I mean? It's like, can you stop doing that? Like, people keep stealing my translations that I've read, so it sucks.
I've heard that, and then so you're switching to other ones, and eventually you're going to own all of them. It's going to be a disaster. It's monopoly. Like, you got to monopolize on this stuff because that's how we make the money. You know, I'm just not good at that.
Becomes God.
Fingers crossed. Yeah, and then I'm going to change a few things around here.
Can I ask you guys a quick question?
Sure, one, and then we have another guest we'll go to.
Okay, so I have a coworker, and
brag.
She is. I'm not okay. She is like a simp for Jesus and the Bible and blah, blah, blah. So she was like talking to me about it, and she was like, oh yeah, it's like really great and like whatever. And so I was like, she said something about how it's so historical, and she brings up Adam and Eve. And I said,
that's the weirdest one to say is historically true.
I know. So I'm like, you really think that that's accurate? And she was like, yeah. And she has this like weird accent. It's not an accent, but whatever. I live in Long Island. So anyways, so she says something that I've never really heard before. Well, she brings up the whole rib thing. She was like, yeah, like God took Adam's rib or whatever the story is and made Eve out of his rib. And I'm like, yeah, like that doesn't sound like right to me. And she was like, well, no, that's why men have one less rib than women. And is that true?
I don't think so.
That's classic Christian nonsense.
And
The thing that is a little bit true is that rib bones, because they're a little bit like squishier than some other bones, can like regrow a little bit. There is something to that they have like a little bit, like they won't like fully just bone straight back in, but they can like grow a little more than like the other ones do. But like they all do, like bones grow, right? Like we don't have a full size skeleton.
The bones are their
born,
money.
but they can. Yes, she pulled the rib up, but not out of Adam. Yeah. So I don't know. There are some weird things. I heard someone try to say it was like short for ribosome or something like that too. Like ribosome. Yeah. Why? That's why they call it that. So like there's so much weird shit out there, but no, we have way more ribs than women do. I think we're up on them by like 8. I think it's like 8 to. We have like 14 and they have 6 or something like that.
Whoa,
so I would, yeah.
Would we more ribs?
Yeah.
The actual truth is that we have more ribs so that it's harder for us to, fillet ourselves. God didn't want us filleting ourselves, so he gave us more ribs. So it's really hard to get your head around what is real theology and what is just silly things people make up.
The bottom 4, they call them the self-chastity ribs.
Yeah.
Just it like blocks you from going in.
Well, I feel a little dumb now because, it's fine. But I replied with like, well, wouldn't it just be like, if that's true, then isn't that just the story came after this fact that we've found less ribs or something? I was like, isn't it just like the other way around? Like, that's not why we have whatever.
Yeah, if it were true, that would be a good guess, but it's not true. But I remember being taught that.
Oh, the rib thing?
Yeah, and that's why men have one less rib. I was
like, you're not going to count. Like, okay.
Yeah, no, I'm not joking. I Googled it in my adult life.
Yeah. There are some things there are like occasionally people who are born with an extra rib. Or missing the 12th rib, which is they pair them, so you're missing 2 in that case. That's like something that comes with Down syndrome, though.
People who are born with the extra rib, it's crazy because they never find their soulmate because there's still a rib.
Yep,
it's heartbrearting.
Oh,
you're your own soulmate. Jack off about it,
Yeah. Just play with your extra rib. Have fun.
Just rub your rib about it. All right, Puma, we're going to take some guests now. Thanks for coming by. Somebody get that guy a fucking Discord link already. Come on, Mezzo. Okay, I think we're back. I feel like the glitching is gone. We have someone named Cash in the... What's the rest of this name? Cash in the attic. That's an interesting place to keep it. What if the house burns down?
It's just a risk you got to take, I guess.
I think what was risky was telling people where you keep your cash in your username.
Yes.
I'm not a
I never
security
thought about
guy.
That makes sense, but like,
oh, it's a red herring. I bet it's under his fucking mattress. I bet.
Keeps it inside all his red herrings.
That's not a bad idea to just like tell people you keep all your cash in one spot. They'll go check there. You can hide it. You can just keep it in the cookie jar. No one's going to look.
Yeah, or in that pile of dead fish over there.
The herrings, yeah.
It could be. I can't say whether cash is there or not. You just have to work it out. That kind of way.
Yeah. Joel, you have a bit of an echo happening. Are you aware of that? He's swiping out.
Yeah. I kind of saw the blue pop in when you were talking, so that's why I've been muting. Try it now.
Yes. It seems better.
All right. Yeah. I'll okay, cool.
Yeah, that sounds better. Okay. Maybe it's like if all the people in chat and stuff could stop telephone calling Joel because it starts an echo. Cash, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
My age is 44, and religion, I don't know what religion I am. I was brought up as an Irish Christian, but like I don't believe in that stuff anymore. But
good for you. That's hard to get out of. You did a good job.
Oh, it's not really when all the priests are raping children in Ireland. But anyway,
good point.
But yeah, I was just wondering about, your prompt says the Christian God is make believe, but I wondered to some extent, was Jesus a spiritual teacher, and some of the things he said could be interpreted like all the sins of the world are gone or whatever, or he got rid of all the sins of the world. And there's some interpretations that says to no longer to let the ego die or the self die, and when the self dies, the sin is gone, and there's no karma.
Well, I mean, it's possible that Jesus came and shared some ideas.
Yeah,
but I don't think he came from heaven. I think he just came from well, some people call it heaven, but like vagina, I think he came just like the same way we all did, and I don't think that's all that unusual. There was lots of people claiming to be messiahs. There's lots of people throughout history who have had really wonderful ideas, right? Like Lao Tzu and who else? Who did the Heaven's Gate cult? That guy had some cool ideas. Poe or something was his name. Do or Poe or something like that. Maybe not him.
What about the Davidian cult thing? Do you remember those guys? They're the Davidians, the branch Davidians, I think they called themselves.
Yeah.
but I think they were all pointing to the same
that one
kind of.
Oh, that's the Waco guys. Yeah, David, after David Koresh. Yeah. What were his ideas? Other than the gun stuff, was he shitty also? They usually are.
I think he was like a dad to.
I think Lao Tzu was kind of flow with the, take your time, flow with the planet and stuff, flow with the energies, just take it easy kind of.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I'm into that. I think that's cool. But just because someone comes and has good life advice, some people think Steve Harvey has good life advice. He doesn't. Steve Harvey's a piece of shit, just for people to know. But he came and he writes a book and gives advice. That doesn't make him anything close to a god. I give advice on this live, and it's probably just as shitty as Steve Harvey's.
Of course, they're not a god. It's the most illogical thing in the world to say that someone's a god or someone's rising from the dead.
That's
they're
what I'm saying.
Really simple things to, it's not even worth even saying. But I'm just wondering, some of the things he was saying, like the kingdom of God can be found within. But how do we interpret the word God? Some interpret it as God is reality or the present moment or something like that.
Yeah,
so
I think that's just a wild misnomer, though, right?
What's that?
If the God that you're talking about, if you're maybe God is in the energy, or maybe God is the universe, or it's just described as whatever you said, some moment or consciousness or something like that. If that particular God wants to be called God, it's by the way, I'm consciousness and my name is God, then that's interesting. But if they don't care, then it seems weird to call them God, because other religions are already using that word, and it makes it confusing.
Yeah, well, God is now a very loaded word with lots of labels upon it. So exactly. Then when we say that word, people just go into all sorts of human versions of what God would be, some sort of man.
As they should. Yeah, absolutely, as they should. That's what the idea of God was originally. And now that we have people who are kind of trying to make it seem like, no, it's just like it's energy or it's the universe. It's like, okay, that's super neat, but like God is already something. Call that something else. Like Lao Tzu did. He was like, let's call it the Tao. All right, and it's a little different.
That's the Tao is kind of that idea of reality or the present moment or the whole of the universe, the Tao. And I think they were all pointing towards that. But we've now, I think human beings took over religion just to control groups of people and just do it to suit the powers that be.
Well, Cash, I pretty much agree with you, and we're looking to get some believers up here. So I'm going to move on to another guest, but I love your accent. I love your style, and I think you're a really radical dude, and you should keep your cash in your pocket.
Cheers. Good advice.
Cheers to you. See, I just gave advice. See how I did it? Spiritual advice. Let's try another one. Thanks, Lorianne. Michael, welcome in. How old are you?
56.
Excellent. And what's your religion?
Non-denominational.
Same. Okay. Well, we're looking for people who like believe in the Christian God. Do you do that?
I go to a yes.
Hopefully non-denominational. Like you don't want to go to a demon church either, right? No. Non-denominational and non-demonational.
Yeah, I just go to a warehouse church, just a yes.
But you guys do
it doesn't have an affiliation with Protestant or Baptist or Catholic. It's just a warehouse.
You have like Jesus and
you understand
and Yahweh and the Bible and that stuff.
A church is just a building. Church is a makeup of its people. You understand that, right?
Well, that's two different things, but yeah.
Church are the people. The building is the building.
As I remember it, you have the church and then the steeple, and then inside is all the people. You remember that?
Yeah.
Or that thing? You do this, and then there's like...
You can have church in your living room.
Okay.
When two are present, yes. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny because I was reading this and I was trying to understand if you're promoting an agnostic viewpoint of no God, or just that you're advocating that you don't believe in a Christian God, but you believe in a...
I very specifically am an atheist. I don't believe in any gods. I'm a Gnostic atheist. I'm as certain as I can be about anything else. I'm certain that there isn't a God. If there is some being floating out in space, then I don't think God would be the right word for it. It would just be whatever species it is. Okay. So yeah, I'm saying there's no God, but in particular tonight, there's no Christian God. That one is like one of the easier ones to say like, yeah, come on, obviously this one's not real. The description of it is nuts. Like we can't take it seriously. It's so like illogical,
So when you see, I don't know if you've been to Jerusalem or you've been to Israel, into Galilee, and you go to a place like that, do you just think it's just what do you think that is? Do you think that that's just like a museum? Do you think that's Disneyland? Like, do you think that's not real? Like when you go to Jesus's tomb, where they found him and he was resurrected.
So there's several places that claim they have Jesus's tomb, but there's no like way to confirm that, right? So I don't know. I think that those places are people who think they found Jesus's tomb, and they're trying to like, make a buck off of it.
So the places that are mentioned in the Bible that are real places.
Yeah, I think those are real.
Iran.
I think those are real places. Like I think Jerusalem exists for sure.
Okay.
I don't think Jerusalem is make-believe. I do think that the God that the ancient people who lived in Jerusalem believed in is make-believe.
Okay. So,
just to be clear too, I think the forest... I think the forest of Northern California is really there. I don't believe in Sasquatch, right?
Yeah. It's interesting because, look, to be a believer, you have to have an element of faith. But I also believe it requires more faith to be agnostic and be a non-believer than it does to be a believer. I think it requires more faith on your part.
And you think faith is good or bad?
I think faith is essential.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm doing great, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's just interesting because you have faith, and faith is a requirement of believing in God. You just don't, it's misplaced, but you have faith.
Yeah, but I have more than you.
Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just saying you have
Why'd
faith.
you bring it up?
Well, what do you think faith is?
I usually think faith is like when you believe in something that doesn't really have any evidence. You just kind of are like, even though there's no real good reason to believe it, I'm going to anyways.
So your agnostic belief system, you can't prove that there isn't a God. So there is faith there, right?
Oh, sure. I can prove there's no God. Yeah.
How do you do that?
Yeah. Have you ever heard of TAG? The transcendental argument for God?
No. Actually, enlighten me.
Yeah, well, I do TOG. It's a transcendental argument against God. And
interesting.
Yeah, it basically is like, logic. You know about logic?
Okay.
Like, P equals P, just the regular rules of logic and stuff like that. Modus ponens and the other modus tonens, modus ponens.
Have you ever heard of a guy named Cliff Konecki?
Yeah, I think so.
What do you think of him?
I don't know. I've just heard his name, but I don't really know.
Maybe I said his name wrong.
No, I've heard people say Cliff Konecki, but I don't know. Like, I didn't look it up.
You should go to YouTube. I mean, he's an intellectual who goes on college. He's challenged he has challenged and debated a lot of people that believe in evolution.
Cliff Konecki.
Agnostic.
Cliff. How do you spell his last name?
It's like Knecte. It's like Cliff. If you just CLIFF, I think.
Cliff Konecki. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, I've seen him before. I didn't know his name.
Have you listened to him at all?
Not too much, no.
Really smart guy.
I'll try and get him on the show. We've
that would be impossible.
No, we've had some big names up here.
Oh, really? Oh, that would be interesting.
We're having a little bit of a slow night, but sometimes we have big names. We have
I'm here.
In fact, Joel's here. Sunday morning we have Dinesh D'Souza coming. He was supposed to come last week, but he didn't make it. Have you heard of Dinesh D'Souza?
No.
Oh, he's bigger than this guy.
I don't know. This guy is, it's interesting. He's debated a lot of people who, have the same thinking you do. I find it interesting because
I would love to debate him. Yeah, for sure. If you want to help us get in touch, like if he probably just has cliffkonecki@gmail.com and just say, hey, there's a guy Mezzo on TikTok. Here's the link and send him over here. Like, you'd be surprised how often that works. That's how we got in touch with William Lane Craig. Originally was just like shoot an email and he came by. So there's definitely ways to like they're people too.
Once Mezzo gave me that idea, because I was trying to get one of these things with Connectal, a debate with Connectal, and what I would do is I traveled around the U.S., went to all sorts of universities, because I know that he goes to university forecourts or whatever and talks to kids. And I was just waiting for him to show up. But of course, I don't know which university he's going to be at. Right. So it was just I thought I was going to be luck of the draw. Anyway, never met the guy. Then Mezzo's like, why didn't you just email him? I was like, oh, fuck. Like that, of course. Like, why didn't I think
what
that?
University are you going to be at next or something like that? Just get a little
something like
that.
that.
Yeah. But this isn't a university, though. Do you think he still might come?
Well, he spoke at my church, actually.
And it's just a warehouse.
No, this was an old church I used to attend. It was a mega church in Dallas, Texas.
Okay. Well, maybe get me in touch with the, try to just email cliffkonecki@gmail.com. If that doesn't work, get me in touch with your old pastor, right? And then he probably has his email. We could do that.
Yeah, well, my old pastor pastors a church of 50,000 people, and I've never actually shook his hand.
Hey, big congrats on getting out of your big mega church and going to a warehouse. Like, I don't believe in God. I think that even small churches are incorrect in their view of reality. But the mega churches are dangerous. Like those are.
Have you ever
bad
walked into
places.
one?
Yeah. So like, I think that getting out of that was a good move, and I'm proud of you.
Well, I only moved. That was the only reason I left.
Anyways, here's how TAAG works. So TAAG is basically logic is universal, it's unchanging, it's immaterial, right? It's like this concept that exists universally throughout the entire cosmos. So my view is that it can't come from any mind because minds are inherently in flux, right? Like minds are changing. If the mind that you're talking about doesn't change, then it's not a mind. Like if God's mind doesn't like actively work through time, then he's just a memory bank of knowledge. And I don't think any Christian would like commit to that. So only a universe that has like this unchanging reality that exists without an omniscient, omnipresent mind can be the source of logic. So the source of logic, if logic is true, it is, has to come from a non-mind, right, from reality itself without
It's
a
interesting
mind.
because a lot of passages in the Bible make it clear that God's thinking, God's ways are not our ways.
Right.
They're much higher. So if you're trying to rationalize and understand why God does
I get to that. Yeah. So when we talk about like knowledge and how we figure things out, like what it means to just like to do science and like learn things, we rely on the order of nature. Right. So even though there's some things that we don't have access to, like those higher knowledge things that we don't have access to, we can make some predictions about them based off of the order of nature. Right. So based off of like, I don't know if, what's a good example? I don't know if there's like a cloud right above you right now. I don't have like access to that knowledge. But I can like trust some order of things to know that there might be, if I like look at satellite dishes or something like that, we can like trust these kinds of things. And so, but we can only trust them if there's actually order in nature. If miracles exist, then it's chaos. Chaos exists, and all natural order just can't be trusted. Tog says, oh yeah.
Do you believe that miracles do not exist?
Correct.
Interesting. So how do you explain people that have had miracles happen in their lives? Do you think that's just, how do you rationalize that?
I actually just made a video about this. Was it yesterday? I made a video and it's doing pretty, I'm not going to brag, it's doing miraculous, I would say. It's kind of just an example of how playing the odds can appear miraculous. Just go to my page after we talk and watch it. It's about, there's pennies that have almost certainly each been in an ass. Each one of the pennies has been an ass, but that's not what the video is about. Flipping pennies and getting. Do you think you could flip a penny right now and get heads 11 times in a row? The odds are astoundingly low, Michael. Like less than 1% chance, right? Okay. 11 in a row. I did it.
I mean, it's just interesting.
I did it though.
It's just interesting to believe that there can't be any divine intervention in life. It's mind blowing to me.
I know. This is like taking you out, like blowing you out of your socks right now. But the video is really interesting, and I think you should give it a look because I really did. I flipped a penny 11 times heads in a row. Right? Yeah. Try it. Before you watch the video, try it. See if you can do it. Right? Like I bet you won't get to 8. I bet you won't. You know what I mean?
So when you've seen people, you don't believe healing is real either?
I think people heal, but not like magically.
Oh, I mean spiritually healing, the gift of healing. You don't believe that?
Yeah, no, that's not.
You don't think that's even possible?
I think that like sometimes depending on what someone is sick with, being convinced that they're healed can sometimes be enough to help them, especially with things like anxiety or stuff like that, right? That can be helpful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't believe in the gift of healing. You don't believe that there's a spirituality to potential healing.
I don't know what a spirit is, so no, I don't think so.
Yeah. A divine, something bigger than you.
well, we don't believe in God. Hey, Michael, this is the thing that I look for when it comes to these types of things is consistency. So if you see a guy out there that's like, I've got the gift of healing, it's like, okay, let's go down to the hospital and let's see this in action. Let's see him consistently do it. And when he can't do it, it's just when certain people come to the church and for that particular night, when they're all high on worship songs, somebody's able to do 3 steps out of their wheelchair. You know, if that's that all he can do, well, then I don't know that we have someone that's doing healing.
Have you witnessed that personally?
I did it once, by the way.
What do you mean, did what once?
I healed someone's ankle. They thought I healed it and they walked on it, right? So, and this is a true story where like, not with like, I wasn't praying to God or anything, but I was at like a camp and someone hurt their ankle really bad. And I was like, here, I'll heal it. And I didn't know how to heal it. I was just like messing with her a little bit, right? And so I held it in my hands and I just closed my eyes and we took like deep breaths and I did it for like 2 minutes. Like I just held it there quietly. And after 2 minutes, cause she was like, I don't know, maybe like woo woo into like, I don't know, crystals or something like that. And I was just like, whatever, this is cool. And she got up and walked on it. She was like, whoa, that surprisingly actually feels a lot better. The next day she went out walking on it and like really hurt it. Like it really hurt her really bad because she thought it was better. So she didn't use her crutches and she should have been using crutches. So for a temporary point of time, she was feeling like in a way where like it was feeling better. Maybe just giving it a break was good. Whatever happened in her mind, she felt like it was healed. And then I was like, you're welcome. And then she went out walking and like, I was like, oh, that's not real. Cool. So yeah, I think that people can be easily fooled. It's infinitely more easy for me to believe that people have been fooled about this or tricked about this or just misled or misunderstanding this idea of healing miracles than it is that they actually exist, because we see.
So when you see prayer, what's going through your head? Is that just like ridiculous to you?
I mean, I used to do it, so like I get it.
You just don't see any value in prayer.
It depends on like what you're trying to do. If you're like trying to hype yourself up for a job interview and thinking in your mind like, you got this, you're gonna do so fucking good, you're so talented, you're so good at this, you're really good, everyone around you is wrong, the people who hate you are wrong.
No, you're at you're praying next to a hospital bed for health and recovery and something like that.
Does it work? If there's something where like taking a moment to like quiet down, meditate, and like, like take deep breaths and focus, if that helps you, that's awesome. I just don't think there's a God behind it. I would love to see the studies. Like the studies show that prayer doesn't do shit. Like when you do a real, like when you do a real blind study, like every study that's been like, hey, let's have people pray for this group of people and not pray for this group of people, they heal the same. It doesn't do anything.
It's funny because you don't understand the concept of power of prayer. It's just interesting.
Well, do it. Like show me one. Do a prayer.
No, I mean,
I'm open-minded to that for sure. I don't think like if you could pray and make like sometimes we try to make my garage door open. I'm in my garage and like if my garage door opened, I would be like, that would be spectacular. That would be amazing. I don't even think that would prove God, to be honest. Like it might prove that you're a telepath or something or a telekinetic. What's the one?
Yeah, you know what it is. Before I get off, I think I feel like.
Well, if you're about to get off, slow down. Hold on, edge a bit. Like let it last. Are you about to leave?
You know, like some people just go right for the big O, but they just like take your time.
No, I guess my point was this: is that if I had your perspective, which I can respect your perspective and not agree, I would feel like living life was completely meaningless, with no purpose, and we're just here. Just to be here. And when we die, nothing happens. So it just seems so depressing.
So you're so fearful of your own mortality that you're willing to believe a lie. I think for me, I'd rather know the truth, no matter how hard it is. I also don't think that's like entirely the case. Like I think I think my life has like just as much value as yours. I think whether I believe in something or not doesn't change the value of my life entirely. I think that. I don't know, like even if we do turn off when we die, that there's still plenty to live for, maybe more, because I don't have eternity in the afterlife, right? I'm living in the pre-afterlife, and that's all I get. So I'm going to like live this life better, right?
Yeah, there's so much more value in something that's limited rather than something that's going to last forever.
The rarity.
So you see no value in eternity?
Eternity does make our existence less meaningful and less valuable. Yeah. And
Have you ever heard of the rope? Have you ever heard of the rope analogy when it comes to eternity? The rope, that our time on earth is the handle of the rope. And as you extend the rope out and it just goes on, that's eternity. And the handle is how much time we spend on earth. So when you talk to believers who invest in things that go ahead.
Like the handle of a rope, just like the part around that you're holding with your hand, that's your life, and then the rest of it is the eternity is the rest of the rope.
Okay.
So I don't know what it seems like you're saying, but we're saying it's so much rope.
What I'm saying is Christians invest their time in spiritual things, eternal things, because we understand at the end of the day, life on earth compared to eternity is nothing, right? If you wanted to understand,
that's what we're saying. Yeah, we're saying the same thing. To you, life on earth is nothing. It's meaningless. To me, it's everything. It's all I have. It's so valuable right now. It's the most important thing to live every moment I have here to like its fullest with, as best as I can. That's why I do fun things. Yeah. So I think I totally agree.
I don't believe. You said meaningless. I don't believe living here is meaningless.
That's what
I feel more purpose that I need to do things for God.
Wouldn't you rather be in heaven?
You know what? I could be in heaven today. I could be when I get off this life.
Yeah, but you don't really want to go, right? You want to stay alive.
When God calls me to go, that's when He wants me to go.
But Michael, think about this as well, because you're saying that because you're doing stuff.
1 second, Joel. I'm so sorry, Michael. You have like a really bad echo, and it's getting worse. Do you think you could just like mute while Joel talks, and then thank you. Sorry, go ahead, Joel.
It feels like when I talk, it like for some reason echoes more than when you talk. But yeah, Michael, when you say that you live your life for God and He gives you purpose, the way that I think of it is, if God's all powerful, He can do anything any way He wants. He can use anyone He wants, or He can do everything for Himself. You doing anything for God, that purpose is purposeless because you're not necessary, right? And so you having a purpose.
Hold on a second. What do you mean I'm not necessary? I am necessary in God's eyes. I'm necessary.
Not really, because God's all powerful and He can do anything any way He wants, right?
I'm a child of God. You're a child of God. We're His children.
But I'm talking about purpose, right? So if your purpose is God's purpose and God is all powerful and could do anything any way He wants, then your purpose is kind of like arbitrary or unnecessary. You're not needed for this.
I believe that my
purpose can use you, but He doesn't.
I believe my purpose is based on my relationship with Him in having a spiritual Holy Spirit in me guiding me. Does that make sense?
Like for your sake.
Yes.
Okay, well, if it's for your sake, then I get it. If it's for God's sake, then it's meaningless and purposeless, right? If it's for your own edification and for your like a better experience that you're going to have here, then that makes more sense.
No, I mean, if I feel like God is communicating through His Holy Spirit inside me and tells me that I need to move to San Francisco, and I feel conviction in that, then I'm going to move to San Francisco.
Are you going to do that for Him or for you? Like, is it?
I'm going to do it for Him. I'm going to do it for Him.
Yeah, anything you do for God that like he requires so that he can have something done, like his kingdom moving forward or something, that's all unnecessary. You're just a pawn, and he could do it through anyone else. So I would like question the validity of that purpose.
But all over the Bible, if you've read the Bible, which I assume you have, he uses unlikely people to do amazing things. Right.
Yeah, but anyone could have done it, right? Like, so Moses was like, I can't speak well. Yeah. Moses is like, I can't speak well. I don't know if I should do this. And God's like, all right, we'll send Aaron. It doesn't matter who it is. It's just anyone can do it, right?
It does matter.
Not really. He can use anyone, and he uses lousy people and decent
You're trying
people.
to understand, but see, this goes back to my original point. You're trying to understand God when his ways, you're creative.
Joel's trying to undermine Christianity. I'm trying to dismantle.
Yeah,
We're working on the word still. We might.
I don't have a
it.
crush on Christianity, by the way.
Oh, okay, good. We're still figuring out the word.
Joel, are you agnostic?
Yeah, more or less. Atheist, agnostic, something like that. I don't believe in the Christian God.
What God do you? When you say you don't believe in the Christian God, you're saying
I don't believe in any gods, but I
you don't believe in
definitely know the
it's not like
Christian
you
God
believe in
doesn't
the Mormon
exist.
God or something. Is that what you're saying?
The Mormon God is the Christian God.
Michael, he just means that like there might be some God he's never heard of that exists, and he's open-minded to that. But with the Christian God, he's certain because of how bad the story is that one can't exist.
Do you know the difference between Christian God, your Christian God that you're referring to, and all other gods? Do you know the difference between them?
No.
White robes?
Well, they're all the other gods are dead. Christians worship Olivia. you know that, right? Though I mean,
you think God is alive?
Of course, yeah. It's called.
What is it? What do you think it means to be alive?
You know what?
Like, does he breathe and his heart beats and he has biology happening? Like he's cellular?
I think we hit another his ways are higher, right, Michael? We don't know anything about this God.
You guys understand the Trinity, right? You're educated in this.
Michael, I hold on. Don't go away from this. What does it mean to be alive?
What? That he rose from the tomb and he's alive and he came back to life?
So now he's alive as Jesus, but before Jesus came, was he alive?
Yes.
What does that mean? That like a spiritual entity was like a living biological being?
Yes, I know. It's amazing.
Like he has blood and cells and
yes. Yeah, that causes faith. That requires faith, man.
I've never heard like normally people say he's like a spiritual being or something.
He's Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit all in one. It's Trinity.
But you're saying like Yahweh is up in heaven and he's going to create the heavens and the earth, and he has skin and bones.
There's flesh in heaven?
No, I'm saying that
there's blood in heaven.
He became man, is what I'm saying.
And then before that, was he still man? Before
he died on the cross.
Listen to what I mean. In the year 1000 BC, before Jesus, was there flesh and blood in heaven?
I don't know. I can't.
His ways are higher. Yeah, we don't know. Okay, there it is. Okay, yeah, we were right.
We don't know anything about
all right, Michael. I think we're going to move on just because it's time to switch up guests. But I'm really glad you're here. So that can't be interesting, right?
Likely, like based on the rest of the conversation.
I think part of it was interesting. Wait, is this guy going to ask for money?
It was very interesting. Thank you so much for letting me up. I appreciate you. Excuse me, I'm getting something out of it.
Is this a bad time?
No.
Okay, we were just doing a show.
I love you. Okay.
Hold on, before we talk. Sorry, you're not allowed to. You can't just like start talking right away. You got to like do the rules. So you have to say your age and religion.
Religion. I'm 49, right? I'm an old hat.
We'll give you a chance to think of the religion one. We got to do top of the hour. I don't know.
Yeah, that's right, folks. It is 11:25. We've got to be quiet for a second because we're doing a thing.
Just a lead in here.
Yeah, that's right, folks. It's top of the hour, 11:25, and we are live That's it. We've got Mezzo doing some debate lives here on TikTok. You know me, I'm JRB, and we've got old underscore the rest of his name in the hot seat. Take it away, Mez.
I stop enough. That's enough. That's enough.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah, everybody. Welcome the fuck back to the show. It's Mezzo with JRB. Up next, we've got Old Lion. He's a regular Christian with regular Christian views, and he's about to tell us why the Christian God is not make-believe. Old Lion, tell us your Christian views on the Christian God and why it's not make-believe.
Well, thank you for understanding that you know I am, right? I haven't told you my religion, but you understood that off the bat, right? Didn't you? So, with that not being said, I will tell you that, first of all, being an atheist, there's no such thing. There's an angry fist at God that says, F you, God, because your mom died, because this happens, because they're hungry children. But logically, there is no creation. There's no creature without creation. Okay? So, like, you can't have it both ways. Okay? You can.
No, I don't. I only want to have it the one way. That's totally
right.
Fine. Yeah. I definitely don't want it.
So you
whatever your way is that you're trying to say right now. Sorry. How long are you gonna do this rant for? Do you want me to like let you know when I want to talk, or do you want to just rant for a while, or how do you want to do this?
Are you a creature?
Did you not hear the question?
I did. Are you a creature?
I don't know how that answers the question. I'll tell you what. I'll answer yours.
I didn't mean to stump you. I didn't mean to beat you up.
Yeah, I'll answer yours if you answer mine. Is that all right?
Are you a creature?
Did you agree to the terms?
I cornered you, bro.
If you don't agree to the terms, then I just have to take this as a W, and you have to
I agree
surrender.
to the terms.
Yes, I am a creature. Now you answer my question.
A creature of what? A creation?
See, you didn't follow the rule. You agreed to the terms, and then you broke the rules. Like what? How many whiskeys have you had?
A lot.
Yeah. All right. Hey, I tell you what, Old Lion. I hate you and everything about you, and I wish you didn't come up. Was that too harsh? Joel, you're
this guy's
so
face
choppy.
almost like no, never.
So choppy. Another on-camera guy? Are you the same guy?
No.
Okay. How old are you?
35.
What's your religion?
Christian.
Oh, okay. I don't believe in the same God as you.
And that's okay. But I got a video with the link in my bio. I had a dream in German, and then I flipped my truck. I drive around the road and flipped my truck, and it threw me out.
When was that?
Back in 2010.
Well, I'm glad you survived. Are you doing all right?
Oh, yeah, doing great.
Okay. Holy shit. This guy's ripped.
Because God gives the increase, I do the work. I'm in the world, but I'm not of it.
You're spiritual?
No, I'm a...
Or God is?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Jesus is God in the flesh. Simply have faith.
Well, I'm going to get you back with one of these. What do you think about that? Not as good as yours.
You've been looking at wheat sauce. Oh, yeah. But I've got nothing but love for y'all. You just click the link in my bio. I am only alive and doing the well. I have a traumatic brain injury. That means my brain cell, front to back, side to side. Staring me in the brain cell, thought they could do nothing. But my mama was a fine woman that she was.
Yeah, I mean, I can hear that in your voice. I can tell that, you know, something happened with you, and I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're alive and strong. I don't believe in the same God as you, but I also, you know, I don't think I have any other beef with you. All right.
Hey.
All right. Well, thanks, Richard, for coming up. Have a good night. Okay. I see people in the guest box. If you're friendly, stay friendly. But I'm not taking friendlies up tonight, unless you're W Mezzo Plus, and I didn't realize it. Quenzelle. How do I say this? Quenzelle, welcome in. What's your age and religion? Quenzie. See when Zalu. I think maybe this was a pocket dial. Might have been a pocket dial.
Somebody doesn't need to be here.
Yeah, I think that's how this one is too.
Yeah, I'm gonna guess.
Yep, there.
That was a quick drop.
All right. Well, look, I think we're crushing it tonight. Man, I wish that really like caked out drunk flat earther guy.
Was he? Did we know he was a flat earther?
Hold on. Okay. Well, people in chat were all yelling flat earther, but I don't know if it's.
I saw that
true.
too. Yeah.
Hey, it's Sam.
Wow.
Sam's here.
I am.
Hi, Sam's here.
Did you get a bingo?
Well, I didn't get a bingo, but Crystal and everyone else should get a bingo. So everyone who had me on their bingo card, you get a bingo. That's literally what I'm here for on everything. Yeah. Oh, what a diabolical echo. Oh, that's
There's a bit.
Is that me?
Yeah, I think so.
A little bit.
Why is my
But
dog
hi,
barking?
everyone.
Was my dog
And
barking
Gus
on
is
the
easy.
bingo?
Oh,
Okay,
maybe.
so we got free will. We had child caller that was on there, I think. Drunk flat earther Sam, dog barking.
Edging.
The guy said he doesn't believe in atheists. Oh, edging did happen. That's true. Edging did. Maybe it still is. You know.
I mean, hey, that's the way I like to do it.
Honestly, hopefully it still is, because you don't want to mess in the middle of the live.
No.
By the way, it's
Unless you
Casual
do.
Friday. Normally I ask all of the audience to dress formal, but at home they said that they're going to be just wearing just like Hawaiian shirts, no shorts, like Risky Business style, Tom Cruise sliding through the hallway. So
Would Commando count as casual, or is that a little bit too?
Does it get more casual? I think that's it, right? Like, yeah. How does that song go?
What song?
Get more casual. Does it get more casual? Does it get more casual?
Take the old records off the shelf.
I've never played that before, but that's a 100% it. That's like absolutely it. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Okay, that is all I'm here for. All right, everyone. Yay! Okay, bye.
Bingo. Thanks, Sam. I appreciate you so much.
I don't think we're supposed to know what's on those cards. It's not fair.
Yeah, but I'm just guessing. I wasn't listing what was actually on it.
Well, if
Sam knew.
ones that we already got. Now, I wonder if they're going to like change the cards every week or something, or like every time.
I bet if I just draw a dick on the whiteboard that someone's going to win one. I haven't really done that in a while. You know, the last one that we did, like, people are seeing through it now. I think what we could get away with, though,
is, do you remember the very first one, Joel, where it wasn't a dick? It was just like the story of the Garden of Eden and how like, and it turned into that, and it like everything just like was kind of weird, and like this whole map of the beginning of time. I think we could get away with one of those, but they've started.
But did it end up being a penis though?
There was one penis in it. I gotta find the clip because it was really funny. It was just like, I think it was maybe the first time I got the whiteboard out, and I was just like, okay, let's map this out. Like, what happened? Because we were talking about like the sperm, or no, it was the snake had feet, and then the feet got cursed off, so we erased it, and it looked like a sperm instead of a snake. And so then we said there was like, and this is like the devil, so we made a D, and I started to do like, and it's gonna like, what comes around here, and drew the like shaft and around the one ball, and you were like, and you said like you got it right away. And you were like, oh, but Mezzo, you're thinking of the physical timeline. There's also going to be a spiritual timeline, like whatever the fuck that means. And I was like, okay, and drew the other line. And I was like, Joel knew every, like, he was like so on the ball, like so fast. You were like, we're going to need a spiritual.
I'm always looking for dicks. I'm always like, there's going to be a dick. We got to get to a dick.
But like, how, like, to come up with spiritual timeline was so stupid. Like, it was just amazing to be able to do that. So I loved it. It was really great. Yeah.
Well, we could probably sneak in some like vaginas or buttholes or boobies. Like there's other things.
I've done that a few times.
Yeah, those things are like still on the table.
Sure. Now Sam was just up here, but now Sam's back. So let's see what Sam wants here. Sam, oh, hey Sam.
Okay. Hi brother, how are you? My brother, please 5 minutes.
See, okay, this is why I don't like having, friendlies up on the live. Sam comes up and now she's asking for money. Everyone, can you tell Sam, like, don't give Sam any money. You're going to be canceled, Sam. By the way, I love your debates. I think you're fantastic. I appreciate like your pansexual point of view.
I appreciate that you grew some facial hair. That's neat.
My brother.
That's neat for you, but hold on. Yeah, look, this is out of control.
Look, Syria, my house. Look.
Come back on Wednesday. Unbelievable.
And yeah, that's
she's been going downhill though.
I mean, that happens because, if somebody has a need, they get really aggressive sometimes.
Yeah. And college is expensive. She's in college, right? Like it costs money, I get it. So like, but just, it's not the right time to do it.
Yeah. I mean, there will be lives for that, I'm sure. But just not exactly this one. Because by the way, I was thinking with this background, you could do a quick switcheroo and say, make me believe in the Christian God. Like if you just switch the lines and then change it, like you barely have to change any words. So you could
say like, make believe is the Christian God? No, I say,
the Christian God. Like it's almost the same thing, right?
Is
but it's
the
just
make me believe God Christian?
Make me correct. Exactly. You could do that, like, and you'd have like you'd have two different backgrounds.
That's clever. I like it's almost like recycling. It'll save more energy for the environment.
My thing is efficiency. Go on.
I love that. I wanted to really quickly read the end of Tog. For people who are following along with Tog, I think that here's the basic outcome. Tog says that if the universe is designed by a being that can break the laws of nature, then we shouldn't expect it to always follow laws. Therefore, we can't trust science. We can't ever have even inductive logic, even inductive knowledge, rather. And so only by presupposing atheism is true, this is a classic presupper argument, only by presupposing that atheism is true, can we actually utilize logic, rationality, and science in any of these discussions that we're having. So if you accept an all-knowing, all-powerful creator capable of miracles, that exists, then you're honestly like not even invited to the table of discussion here. So yeah, that's it. I think that's it. You can't say that like God makes logic possible and also we don't understand God.
Right.
That's like just that just doesn't make sense.
I do a similar thing with my that objective morality argument. It's like you can't have our morality be completely different than his. Well, that's a song, but but in my syllogism that I did. But this syllogism is watertight.
I haven't. Well, I haven't made it a jizz yet. I have to, like. I'm still kind of like stroking the words out here and trying to get it together. But
well, as soon as it's a syllogism, it's going to be jism tight, and
which honestly, like when you're talking condom, right?
Yeah, it's basically it'll be a condom.
Did you know that scumbag means condom? Like the origin, like that's where the word comes from. Isn't that gross?
Scumbag means
that's like that's what in England they called condoms, like in the 60s. Like, oh hey mate, you got a scumbag?
If that's true, I love it and hate it.
It's so gross. It's fucking so gross. Like it's yeah. I'm gonna look it up.
That's great. That's hilarious.
Why do I know that? Mid 20th century in American English with two distinct meanings. It's a vulgar slang that can mean a condom or a despicable person. Oxford. Older slang terms like scum meant semen. Isn't that gross? Like,
it's so, because scum is such a gross sounding word. I guess it's like cum, but
I think of like the edge of a hot tub that hasn't been treated with the right chemicals.
Got so much scum.
It's like this like hot tub scum. Oh man. But yeah, like that might be where the word cum came from. Like they just took the S off.
Oh yeah. Oh, you think that's how it would work? Or
I don't know.
Or if there was nice, beautiful, nice cum word, nice clean cum, and then you added the S to it to get the scum.
Oh man, to make it grosser.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know, man. That's I guess I'll look up the etymology of cum, but I'm gonna get on a list for this. Origin Latin. Oh, they think I'm saying cum. what's the summa cum laude? What's the thing?
What about kumbaya? Like kumbaya? Like I wonder where that is. That about kumbaya, my lord?
Hold on. What is that actual word for when people to get good grades? I wouldn't know.
Yeah, it's sumo cum laude or something. Yeah, I graduated sumo.
This sumo cum is in the laundry, like kind of like that.
This sumo has come so much.
Okay, I'm referring to sperm. Okay, hold on. Come to see. This is some people have thought this, and I've thought this too. Is like maybe it just means like my it's coming. Like it's going right, like here it comes, like, and then they just changed the spelling of it to.
And then it's like this is my it's cum bag.
I can hate that.
What's in that bag? It's cum.
Also, just calling condom a bag at all is gross too. Like I think like that both parts of it are nasty. It's like the bird, the peacock. Like we had to name it 2 swears. Come on, guys, just give one swear per word.
I guess they don't like when people say I got to get that bag. That's not what they mean. Just like a big condom.
Just get a use. Yeah. Got to wake me up early to get that bag. Wow.
Ooh, I got to get that bag.
I hate that. Like I love raunchy, disgusting stuff, but for some reason, scumbag is really gross to me.
It's because scum makes because we want our semen to be like loved,
glistening.
Just glaze is a nice word. Like we want to be honored and to be appreciated and it to be tasted and swallowed and loved and rubbed all over.
What's a better word for a bag? We could come up with a better word for a condom if we like. What's better than a bag?
I don't think a scum sack is better. I think sack is
maybe. How about my glaze pouch?
A glaze pouch.
Hey, Joel, do you have a glaze pouch? I'm out.
Quick, I need a glaze pouch. What is that thing that they like pipe on? Like I know it's piping, but like they pipe on. It's the bag that they put the piping on of. What's it called? Icing on a cake. You know when they're going to do.
Oh yeah. Cake bag.
Is that just a piping sack? Because it's probably a sack.
Okay.
Piping bag. Maybe it's probably just a piping bag.
Pastry bag. Piping bags.
They're bags. Okay, forget it.
Yeah,
we don't want
still
this
a bag.
Although pipe bag is better.
Yeah, I mean, it is going on your pipe, so that part works.
A pastry bag. I love calling your dick a pastry is hilarious. That's really fun.
Hey, this is my cannoli bag.
Wait till you get a load of this pastry. Yeah.
Let me get my croissant right up inside you. Is that wrong?
Buns is already sort of a thing. Okay, yeah. Okay, let me just do a thesaurus of bag.
Love glove looks nice. It also sounds nice. Love glove.
But I also want to be able to. I don't want people to be like, I'm gonna shove my love glove. You know, like there's too many bad rhymes that come with that.
Let me wrap my cock in a love glove.
Wait, this is wrong. Bag, purse, pocket.
What's the big word for it? I think it starts with P. You got your. Do you have any of those? I forget the name. One second.
Receptacle. Reticule. Satchel. That's pretty good. A cream clutch. Miss Ella said.
Prophylactic. Yeah.
That's a pouch thing.
It's just a word for condom. It must be a bag of some kind.
It's also like, why don't we call that a cock blocker?
Yeah, I guess that's smart. Yeah. I mean, it's not really blocking I guess it kind of blocks some of the cock in a sense, but like it's like a cum blocker.
Right. But that sounds, I don't want scum block. It's like sunblock. That's actually kind of funny. I got SPF 50 scum block. The popper stopper. Yeah, pop off, King. Z or Zill, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion, please?
What do you mean, my religion?
Like, how old are you?
My religion is love, and I love God, and I don't know what it says the Christians.
You're only 17?
What?
How old are you?
Doesn't matter how I am. Does that really matter?
I'm not allowed to have like kids be up here, so I have to check.
I'm not a kid.
What does that mean? Like, what's your?
I'm more than 30.
Okay, that's good enough for me.
Why do you think I'm 17?
Because you didn't answer, and usually when like kids
My
get
picture?
up here, no, when kids get up, they try to like not
Yeah,
answer.
no,
that.
I'm more than 30.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. So do you believe in like the Christian God or something? Like Jesus or something? Well, I think that's make-believe, but maybe you can make me believe in that.
Have you ever had surgeries or something that you went to, like something that
I had a procedure.
that put your life in jeopardy?
I had a procedure last year, and it did not go well.
Colon?
Oh, I've done that too. I have had a colonoscopy, but this wasn't that. But I
So
can
what
show
do
you the
you
pictures of
think
the
is
inside
God
of my
is
asshole if you
make-believe?
want.
What do you think God is make-believe?
What? Why do I think that?
Why do you think God is make-believe?
Oh, just like, think about this. Like, do you believe in, I don't know, Zeus? You know, the Greek god Zeus?
I believe in everything.
Oh, you believe in Zeus?
I believe in all the lives.
What about
they
unicorns?
They say that we have so
Zell,
many
hold
lives.
on. I know you want to say a bunch of stuff, but do you believe in like unicorns and leprechauns?
No.
Why not?
I don't know, because I haven't been there. I haven't seen them.
You gotta go.
I don't know.
You gotta go to unicorns and leprechauns. You're gonna.
No,
love it.
thank you.
Okay. Well, I haven't been there. I haven't been there to God.
I'm in real life. Like, if you want to talk about real life, I'm here to talk about real life. But if you want to talk about unicorns, we can talk about unicorns.
So what I'm explaining to you is that you haven't been to unicorns, which is why you don't believe in them. I haven't been to God, which is why I don't believe in it.
Mushrooms or like drugs? What are you talking about?
So if you let me finish my sentence, it'll be so clear. It's going to be like
go ahead.
Crystal clear. Okay, so just like shush and listen. Ready?
Oh my God, you're like narcissistic.
Okay, so I don't believe in unicorns because I haven't seen them, just like you. I don't believe in God because I haven't seen him. Does that make sense?
Well, I have seen him.
But I haven't. That's why I think he's make-believe.
Okay, because you don't believe in it, you haven't seen it, doesn't mean that it's not true.
Great, so let's see it. So show him. Let's do it. Let's get into it. Convince me.
Convince you what?
God's real.
I mean, apparently you have to die before you see him.
Sure. I have a song. Get this on camera.
Oh, put it inside your dick.
In my dick?
Still, you're so kinky.
You really think that God is not real? For real?
Sorry, say that one more time.
You really sit up in your chair and think that God is not real?
Yes, but Joel's saying something. Go ahead, Joel.
Yeah, Zill, you said that you've seen God, but then you said we have to die first. So have you died?
Yes.
Oh.
Are you a
and
ghost?
That's when you saw God?
Yeah, I died for like
If you're a ghost, you have to tell us. That's the law.
What's your name? Mezzo?
Mezzo.
Mezzo Tov. Oh, you're Jewish, that's why.
Italian, obviously. Mezzo. It's Mezzo.
I'm Italian too.
Okay, so you guys are the same. But
Not the same, apparently. We're not the same, apparently.
But Zill, how did you die? Did somebody put a sword up your dick?
No, they put it in my ass, I guess.
Yeah, that'll do it. And you saw God at that time?
Yeah.
Oh
he told me
yeah,
to get
that'll happen.
He told me to get up. I was dying, and
That
I
happened
was
during my colonoscopy. I thought I saw God. After, when they were showing me the pictures, I was like, "That's nice."
Yeah, that is at least heaven.
I saw like I saw a light at the end of the tunnel.
After 13 surgeries.
And one polyp, one just
And I
small
was
polyp.
dying.
If you saw a light at the end of the tunnel, that might have been you conceiving, because there is a light when someone conceives.
I was 3 days, like on you know when you can respond your body.
Yeah, that's a new thing Christians are saying all the time, that there's like a little light when when someone conceives.
Oh, when the sperm hits the. Okay, yeah, I've heard about that.
Yeah, so that was the joke.
Yeah, so for
That's
me.
so dumb. Okay, so hold on. We do have another guest in the box who's probably more like interesting and like coherent than you. So, did you have any other last words you want to say before we go on to them?
Yeah, God be.
Go ahead.
God be with you.
And be without you.
Amen.
Amen.
God damn, that's a good amen. All right, well, let's bring the next guest.
Get me out.
Oh, you're fine. Okay, so we have...
We're going to talk to the new guest.
Agenda, welcome in. What's your age and religion? Haginda. Haagen-Dazs.
Here, because Haagen-Dazs is a fan, so this might be a error.
Oh, okay. All right, well, see, Zill, this is why we didn't let you know.
Oh, dang it. My best friend is gone. Well, she was a firecracker.
I wonder if she'll come back to live.
Well, yeah, I mean, I wouldn't believe that she's currently dead, just based on like my presuppositions. I just don't think people that are dead use TikTok, so I don't believe her story.
Bury me with my phone and we'll find out. Like if you see me jump up and alive, then you can change your mind. Like I'm all for scientific testing. Like let's run an experiment. Let's test this. Let's try this.
That'd be ideal for me because, like, if you died and I had to do lives all by myself, it'd be incredibly lonely. I would hate it.
Yeah.
So if you were to just like still be able to come up on lives, even though you were dead, like that would
Even
be
if
great.
I can't go up on yours, I could at least watch them, so I'm not bored down there.
Yeah, that's true. But like, what I mainly care about is like you being able to come up on the live and stuff like that. And I would even run a power cable down to your casket.
What if, are you calling from a casket or are you alive? They went on mute. It's going to be hard to know for sure.
I don't answer, yeah. Oh, there.
Hello.
Hello?
Hey,
Hi.
how you doing?
Good. Have you been here before?
Mezzo, I come in every night and give you a hard time about playing more guitar. I just wanted to say that we have a group over here that loves your guitar playing.
You come here and tell me that?
Yep, sure did, homie. You have a good night.
What's the group? What the fuck?
I don't know.
I wonder like what that group is like.
Oh yeah, we have a guitar group. I don't like tell you about every single thing that I'm a part of, Joel.
Why not?
Because you get your little fingers and everything.
What? I'm so busy.
I have a little bit of a guitar group. Don't join it. It's very exclusive.
The thing is that I play guitar though. Like I can also play guitar though.
I know. You do everything I do. I know.
I already did that before I even met you. So
I know that you can play guitar. I don't think you can group.
That is, there has been like a history of me not being very good at grouping, but I could try. You're in the group?
I'm like the point of the group.
What I could do is I could like be your friend. You're in the group. I'm befriending you. I'm like, you're just your friend, but I'm like still like there at the group, but I'm like with you as your friend, and then you're in the group, and so
I don't go to the group. I'm over the group. So like you could join it, and they'd be like, "Oh, you think you're friends with Mezzo? That's so cute." And then they would like play guitar with you, but I'm not there. Like they play guitar about me, like they do Mezzo themed songs and stuff.
That's what I want. I want to be like your friend, and then we play guitar, and then everyone like goes, "Oh, this group is now about Joel and Mezzo," or whatever.
I don't think I can see that working. That sounds like
we could try
it's
it.
Too many things for a group to be about.
No, I think because it's mainly about guitar, and then like who's playing the guitar? Well, Joel is, so that's one of the things, and then you do too.
It's just starting to get confused. Like I was with you, and I was like, "Yeah, the guitar, and Mezzo's there," and then like you're adding this kind of third thing, and I'm like,
no, it's got the guitar. Like what you're thinking is you're like you and I, but that's one thing, and then guitar, and then friendship. We don't have to do the friendship. We just have the guitar in there, and then if anything, it could just be like me or something.
It feels like you don't want our friendship to last, and that hurts my heart though. So I'd rather keep the friendship and the group separate.
Mezzo, I agree with that. So we have the friendship that's separate. That's our thing, and then there's the group, and the group is about the guitar, and then I'm the guy that plays the guitars, and that's a separate thing.
I got to compromise. Let's you and me start a friendship group that's just you and me.
And then is there guitar in there?
We're friends. We can do whatever the fuck we want.
I actually love that.
Right?
That's true. When you're friends, you can do whatever the fuck you want.
We do whatever we want. And then that way you don't ruin the other group, and we get to, and basically it's like, honestly, it's like
the other group is still happening.
Well, they have they're like, honestly, it's happening out of my control.
Actually, okay. I would rather if we make the other group just our friendship. So we like dissolve that group and we just have our friendship and we play guitars.
That's interesting.
So then we don't have to worry about that group. And like you have your own special group. Like that's weird to me, especially if we have a friendship group. So we'll just be friends.
How many Discords do you have again?
I don't do any of that. That's other separate groups.
That's what I'm saying. It's a separate group. I don't do guitar group.
Yeah, but like I'm not even involved in that stuff. And you know that like I am like I would say apprehensive, hateful towards many groups that even are
honestly
based on dumpling.
I don't even want to do a group. Let's just do a duo.
Yeah, you and I are the duo.
Let's come up with a cool duo name. You know how like Batman and Robin were the something duo? What were they? Or the Caped Crusaders?
Yeah, they're the dynamic duo.
They had a lot of nicknames.
We could be like the Bad Bible duo.
The debate duo?
Well, just Bad Bible duo.
Bad Bible duo Bates.
BBD.
Duo Bates. I like
Stop
it.
trying to put Bates on everything. It's just a duo, and it's Bad Bible. The debate, we already have Bad Bible debates. That's the podcast. We have the Bad Bible
Can I still
Discord.
bait though? Like, can that be part of the duo? Where
You can do all the we're best friends. We can do whatever we want.
That's right. That's right. I love that. I remember saying that. Oh, I think I just broke my glasses.
Like all that's fine, but it's all BBD, Discord, debates, duo, Bad Bible.
And by the way, speaking of BBDs, and I'm not talking about the big beautiful dicks this time, or the Bad Bible duo. For once, Bates. What I'm talking about is a Bates Bad Bible debates, and that's the just perfect name that is not confusing at all of a podcast. And I've been recommending this podcast a lot lately. I have seen it running up the Apple podcast charts. If you search for it. If you search Bad Bible Debates charts, you'll see it come up.
Yes.
Like that's true. Like if you just go Apple Podcast and do Bad Bible Debates with Joel and Mezzo charts, it will show up. Okay.
Yeah.
We should probably make an episode called number one on Apple Podcast charts. And that way, if people ever search what's number one on Apple Podcast, then that episode of
Bible Debates.
That's a pretty good idea.
I'll name the next one that. That's a good idea.
Just for there's like nothing about it. Just call it.
Number one Apple Podcast charts.
Yeah. So we did a whole season. This was like a little bit crazy, but we went to London and we recorded a whole season, like back in
Weekly.
the day. It was beautiful. It was a good time. And then for season 2, they didn't pick us up, but we were bought out by Bjorn. So we have a bit of a Swedish.
Frigol, Stangl, Stingen, Justin.
Yeah, it's Bjorgen Skworgen, but he was a fan of the show, had a bunch of money, and so he bought our show, and so we're kind of owned now, which is weird, but fine. Like it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It's weird there. Like the new studio is, I don't want to say
different because
it's eerie.
Yeah, it's a little eerie, and it's like on sort of in a mountainous region, and there's some different people because we used to have like just different English speaking British people doing the stuff.
Yeah, now there's a translation issue, but also just the building is eerie and uncomfortable. Anyways, there's going to be a new episode on Monday, this Monday, which is I think the 3rd of the season, and then we're going to go record number 4 next week too. So we're going to keep those coming out, and there'll be a whole new season of this show out right now. Look, I still have it's in all the papers. I don't know if you guys all saw the Telegram.
It was such a huge thing when it finally dropped, and we all knew that we were going to get to do another one, and everybody was really excited.
It looks so good. It's just a cool thing to see.
You know what? This is what's so fun that like it's a little known fact, but like literally no friends or family or anyone in my personal life listens to the podcast. They don't care.
They're not in the friend group, the duo.
Yeah.
We got a guest here. We've just been up here bambling.
Oh, so embarrassing.
So anyways, everyone check out the contest. Wait a minute. Kaizak got a bingo, and so did Schley. I think I'm supposed to announce that. Jensen, do you know that you're up here?
Yeah.
Okay, you got a little background noise. Are you microwaving somebody?
Oh no, just my TV.
Oh, do you think you could close the door to your...
it down already.
Yeah. What are you watching?
NBA highlights.
Oh, that's cool. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
How old are you?
So you're 20 something.
Okay. Well, I think the Christian God is a make believe, and I was wondering if you could make me believe that it isn't.
Oh yeah. Definitely, Kissa. Like, first of all, why do you think that it's make believe? Like, how did you come to a conclusion that it's just a make believe?
Yeah, it's one of those things like about like what's the word, cryptozoology? Like, you have these make believe animals and creatures, Easter bunnies, Sasquatches. Maybe the Easter bunny is the Sasquatch. That's an interesting point. UFO aliens, like these kinds of things that people like believe in, but that aren't real, and God is in that same category. You still have a whole lot of background noise. Are they singing the NBA highlights?
No.
That'd be cool if they did that, though, right?
But I think
and LeBron sunk a 3-pointer. I would watch that.
You're like comparing creation from the creator, kind of.
No, to be clear, I'm comparing mythology with other made-up mythological things.
Mythology,
like invisible characters from stories.
Yeah, but those doesn't have like a support. Those are really like a myth, But God is like, it's all over, man. Like, first of all, we have
that's
the scripture.
Thing, Jensen. That's the thing. People say he's all over. I look right here. This is a cup. This isn't God. So, like,
who made that cup?
But is God the cup?
No, but who made that cup though? Like, can you like think? Yeah, but okay. Let's.
It was made in China. Hold on, it says
way back. Right.
It was made in China.
By man, right.
Dishwasher safe. There's
let's go back
ignitepatents.com if you want to find out more.
Let's go back even more farther. Like,
but Jensen,
made by man.
missed. I want to do that. I want to do that with you, and I will do that with you. But what I'm saying is, people tell me things like you said, where God is everywhere, like he's omnipresent. And then I look at this cup and go, this is a cup, though. It's not God. So he's not here. Yeah. So he's not in cup.
No, God is being everywhere is like a false narrative. Like
that's what I'm saying everywhere. Too. When you said a minute ago, God's everywhere, I was like, that's a false narrative. I'm saying I'm right on board with that.
I mean, God can see everything, so he's like everywhere too. You know what I mean?
You know what? I
but
personally
not like
think that God is the exact opposite of everywhere. I genuinely believe that.
That's interesting.
No, what I'm saying is.
By the way, Miss Quenzelle and Dana got bingos. Am I supposed to announce them?
Like so many bingos tonight. That's wild. They made it too easy.
I think it's because we said we talked about bad Bible debates. It happened after that.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah. So
Justin, did you get a bingo?
Is above us. No, what is it?
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, like God is above us, right? Like, because he's in heaven. And we're like below heaven, so but God can see us literally.
Oh, okay.
Like
that's different. If he's not actually here, then this thing where like this cup isn't God, that point is obliterated. You cooked me, right? You agree the cup isn't God. God's not everywhere.
Definitely.
He can see the cup.
Definitely.
He can see me, but I can't see him. Like he's invisible, right?
Yeah, because he's a spirit.
Yeah, so for me to believe in something invisible, and if you can just say for me real quick, Crystal got a bingo. Can you say that? There's the people in Discord are playing a bingo. If you can just say, hey, everyone, Crystal got a bingo.
Crystal got a bingo.
Okay, good. Thank you so much. Yeah, so when something is invisible, that doesn't mean it's not true. Right? There's invisible things.
Right.
I get that. But you need a little bit of like evidence for that. Like you need to be like, what's the other evidence? If it's not vision that we're going to use, which is like, that's a pretty good tool to find out if things are real. Sometimes there's illusions. So vision isn't always perfect, but we can't see God. We can't smell God. We can't taste God. We can't touch God. can't hear God. Like, there's no tool that we can use to detect God in any way, either sensory or mechanical. So that's why I think he's make-believe. Oh, what's the tool or sense?
Like the attributes of God, you can feel it.
Oh, you can feel God.
Yeah, you can like some of his attributes. You can feel them. Like one of the special one is love, because God is love.
Okay,
you can feel love, right?
I don't like. I feel my love for other people, but I detect other people's love for me through my senses.
Well, can't you feel your parents' love for you?
I think that like I can detect their love for me through evidence, right? Like how they talk to me, how they like look at me, how they treat me, those kinds of things. But I don't like I don't have some like psychic connection with them that is like happening right now. That's like love. It's the evidence that I see for it, right?
I think you're just not realizing it, because when you're not talking to them, when you're not talking to them, when you don't see them, like when you're away, you can still feel it, right? You like feel it. You know
Justin,
that
if
your
I
parents
think
love you.
about it, and I think about all the times that they have shown me love in the past, then my body will remember that and feel that love. But I'm not feeling a psychic, like I don't believe in like telepathic love.
Well, it's not that you have to remember what they did for you. It's just when you remember them, you know that they love you. That's my point.
Do you think I love you?
No. See,
okay,
that's the thing.
I've been sending you love through. I've been sending you love through my mind this whole time. You didn't get any of it.
No, but I don't know you. That's what I'm saying.
Absolutely, like Jensen, perfect. You got to know someone first before you feel that love. You don't know me. You walked right into it, Jensen. So in order to know God first, he has to reveal himself first before we can be like, does this fake guy really love me? So let's get to that. Okay, how did he reveal himself to me or to you?
Through his word. And that word became flesh, which is Jesus Christ.
Don't say flesh. Joel's going to get a boner.
Because we are flesh. We are flesh, man.
God, you're so fucking fast sometimes, dude. I can't like hang with. I really try.
We are
guys,
flesh.
I really try to keep a straight face. It's. I don't know why I let Joel be up here, because like I love it when I can, stay here. I can't do it with him.
Because that was the scripture said, man. That's why I just quoted.
No, that was Joel. Joel
flesh.
doesn't use a script. He does like improv.
That just was like too late. That was just like off the dome.
Yeah. It's fat. We didn't practice that. We've practiced a few things before, but not that one. But I appreciate that you think so. Okay, so you're saying that he revealed himself to me, but I don't know. It seems like someone else wrote about him. So I'm really just reading someone else's words to learn about someone else.
Well, it's actually eyewitnesses. It's not someone else's word. They witness what happened.
Right.
They witness.
So if I was like hanging out with Joel here and we were in Sweden together, and I watched him just like he was sitting down and he was just like, I love Jensen. I love Jensen. And then I went over to you and I wrote down Joel loves Jensen and showed you the note that says Joel loves Jensen. Would you say that you feel Joel's love now? Or he's revealed himself to you, really?
Well, it depends on what he did.
That's what he did. He just
saying it. No, but it's not just saying it. Because Jesus didn't just say that he loved us. He died for us.
Oh, that's not loving.
This is literally something. This is literally something.
Hold on, Joel.
Jensen, this is literally something that happened when I was in grade school. I kept on telling this guy that like was a friend of mine, not a best friend, just a guy I knew. Like, I love Julie, I love Julie, I love Julie. And then I wrote a note and he gave it to her. And did she feel the love? She said, ew. Now, is that nice?
Yeah, because accepting depends on
I'm so
on
sorry
the person.
that happened.
Then I went out into the yard. I went out into the schoolyard and I dug a hole and I said to her, hey, it's a hot day. If you lay in this hole, it's going to be cooler because it's a little bit in the dirt, lower in the dirt. And she's like, yeah, you didn't have to do that. Is that nice?
But here's the gospel, though, guys. Like, 'cause since God did everything for us, right? It's up to you to accept it or not. But if you do not believe, after all that He did, you will die in your
That was
sins.
part of it. She said she didn't believe that I dug that hole for her. I said, I did dig it for you. And she said, you didn't even have to do that. I didn't ask for that. Yeah. I was like,
it's
that nice?
So Joel's saying, look at how much I loved you. I dug this hole.
Right.
And she's like, I don't want that. I didn't ask for that. Why did you do that? Who are you?
So it's the same thing as what you're doing right now with God.
Yes.
He
With Jesus.
died
We're-
for you?
We're
Yeah,
doing an
with
analogy
Jesus.
for what Jesus did. Yeah.
Yeah,
And we're going,
I'm
we didn't
doing
ask for that.
Well, if He didn't do
I didn't ask
there's
for that.
salvation. That's what I'm saying. If He didn't do that, then there's no salvation to the believers. So I am a believer, so then I am saved.
Am I even gonna
If
get
you do not
anything
believe, well, if you do not believe on what He did, which is He already did everything to save you, if you do not accept it, then I'm so sorry, man. That is
Well,
His
I
message.
appreciate your apology. I thank you for that very much. I
Because that's
I
the
didn't ask
gospel.
for an apology though. I don't know what you're apologizing for. So I
Because I
see
want
that
you
you're
to be
trying to
saved.
express. Shut up, Justin. I see that you're trying to express some sort of like an emotion, but I don't know what for. Like what for? And I also would
Because
like
I
to
want
know
you
if
to
you
be
have
saved.
any ideas for like a sound effect, like a single onomatopoeia for like a whoosh sound that we could say, so I don't have to go like whoosh and do this motion when something goes like this, but just for like future reference, like I could say whoosh or whiff. What do you think?
Swang, whoosh is perfect, to be honest.
Whoosh?
Whoosh.
I like whiff.
Yeah, that's
Big whiffy. I say big whiffies a lot to my kid when they miss stuff. Big whiffies. I don't know why, but like we're playing soccer and we miss. We say big whiffies.
That's the delivery on it. Big whiffies.
Big whiffies. Missed. Yeah, we say that sometimes. We'll go with big whiffies because that analogy was big whiffies for Jensen. Jensen, your background noise is atrocious and your worldview is incomprehensible. So I'm going to move on to the next guest, but I'd like you to come back sometime, like if the song ever ends, okay?
Sure, but can I just say something?
Yeah, but let me just disconnect you first. Okay, no, go ahead.
Beautiful. Thank you. Keep singing. Tell your daughter to keep singing.
It's a beautiful song. Like I thought the song was beautiful. I just it's the
terrible.
background. There's an echo. Hold on. That was a kid, right?
Baby.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was on. Was that you that said "Hey yo"?
No, that was the kid.
Your voice sounds so young. Sometimes I'm like,
I know that I get that comment all the time. My voice gets carded whenever I go to
right.
bars.
Yeah. Every time you go to that one bar with the blind bouncer,
one of the VR bars.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How old are you? Let me card you, and you have to like.
You're not allowed to drink at home when you're in this VR.
Wait a minute. This is a real question. If you're a blind person and you work at a bar or restaurant or grocery store or anywhere you might have to card, how do you check the card? They don't have Braille on them.
They don't have Braille driver's licenses. Yeah. I don't think, you're not allowed to do that? Is that an ableist, like you're not allowed to have that possession?
Maybe.
They got to start doing Braille. They got to start doing Braille driver's licenses.
I never thought of that. I think dropping saucy nuggets. Oh, wait, Noah's here? I'm sorry. No, sorry. 1 second. Dropping. Sorry. Did you let Noah up?
No, I dropped somebody.
Sorry, Noah. How old are you?
I'm 18.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't like see you come on.
No, it's fine.
And what's your religion?
I'm Christian.
All right. Well, I think the Christian gods make believe. But do you think God can Christian make me believe? Fuck that.
If I could convince you that God does exist?
Yeah, that was better. That was good.
He did it. It worked. Well, he knows Bible, so he knows when something's incoherent, he can make sense of it. Go ahead.
I definitely think I could. My strongest argument would be the initial cause, like the first cause argument. I definitely subscribe to that one.
And that's that was Jesus?
The first cause was God, and yes, Jesus is God, so yeah, you could say that.
Okay. So Jesus caused himself first or the universe?
Jesus is the first cause, which by definition has no cause. Like philosophically has to have no cause.
Okay. And why are you saying that happened? Just because you want Christianity to be true, or what?
No. So we have existence right now. I do affirm that. Obviously we exist. I'm
convinced of that.
Yeah,
I find that to be a very compelling argument.
Yes,
so far.
I guess we agree on that much, and because of that, I believe that a sequence of events that you could trace all the way back to the Big Bang also occurred for this moment to happen.
That seems likely.
I have a hard time believing that, like, when were sequins invented? Like, there couldn't be sequence of events the whole time.
Joel is a big fan of like Elton John and stuff like that, and like
dancing and partying and sequence.
But he's talking about a sequence, which is like a kind of different. It's a slightly different word. Is it spelled differently? It might be spelled the same. I don't know.
Sounds exactly the same.
Yeah, but sequins are like little like fake gems that you just like make your clothes.
They're just shiny. They sparkle.
Yeah. But a sequence is like an order of things.
Yeah, of events.
Oh, that is so boring.
But also,
like compared to sequence,
you're going to hate this, Joel. The Big Bang wasn't sparkly.
Oh, well, that's like, well, actually, I don't care about this conversation anymore.
Sorry, I should have told him that.
Yeah.
I think the Big Bang also happened, but then are you saying that you know what happened before the Big Bang?
No, I cannot confirm, as in saying that I know what happened before the Big Bang. Just like I couldn't confirm that God does exist, but it is my conviction that very likely he does exist. Just like very likely there was something before the Big Bang.
Do you think that before he made everything, he already had like emotions?
God, yes, definitely 100%. I don't know why not.
So like sadness has existed eternally?
God was never sad before the creation.
Oh, okay. So sadness was a newer one, but happiness?
Yes, God was in complete happiness and satisfaction prior to creation.
So like, and what about like love? Probably, I assume.
Love as well. God was.
So it's interesting that like love and happiness are also eternal, right? That's kind of an interesting thing to think about. That like these concepts that we humans are able to experience existed before there was space, time, or matter. That to me sounds really hard to like. That's like when you say that, I'm like, this is bullshit. Like how
I know you're taking this down there, but I just want to say that sadness has to be on that list because, and probably also anger. Like if God had experiences sadness at any point during his existence or our existence, and he's all knowing and his all knowingness is infinite or timeless or whatever, then he would have experienced all the things he will experience when we, make him angry or make him sad. So he would, anger and sadness and all that would already be in existence as well.
But I guess you would be right. Sorry, excuse me. You would be right if we could apply things like time. Like, yes, if time were flowing outside of creation and God was experiencing what he, quote unquote, will experience, but like there is no will or has. Or
right, that's what I mean. It's always
weird that there is happiness and love, but not time, though. Like, I don't understand that.
Well, because it is hard to understand because we only experience things through time, but God experiences things out of time. So anything
then we can't experience God?
You could never fully experience what it's like to be God. I don't think that's
no. If we only experience things that are in time, but he's outside of time, then we can't experience him.
God is outside of time, in time, around time, and that's kind of what omnipresence is, right?
That's omnitemporal.
Yes, but then again, when we're considering things like space-time, like, temporality and physicality are pretty closely intertwined.
Okay. So this outside of time thing doesn't make sense to me. It sounds like something that like is just made up, because when you're looking around to find any detection of God, there isn't one. So you say, well, you can't look here. You have to look outside of time and space. Like that's such an obvious made up thing.
I mean, you could look at your own hand,
Right. And when we look at hand, I do that exact thing. Sometimes I used to do this a lot. I would grab this. Can you see this? And I open this up and be like,
yeah.
All right. So there's no God here. I open my hand. There's no smell, no taste, no sight, no like any detectable type of a God here in any way.
There's a very complex mind analyzing the fact that there is no God.
Oh, I believe in complex minds. Yeah. Like I'm convinced of that. It's the missing God that I'm like talking about. That's what the live is about. I don't know if like I could do a live that's like I don't think minds exist, but I would
missing. As in
his indetectability. You say he's here, but we detect nothing.
But maybe it's because you have a preconceived expectation of what to detect, and then when that isn't found, you say, "Oh, he's undetectable."
Yeah, but is he detectable?
God, definitely.
How do we do that? Let's get to that. That sounds interesting.
How would you detect God?
Yeah, you just said he is definitely detectable.
100% yes, yeah.
Okay, what? How?
If any one of your five senses were to detect the God, then you would, like, in the most tangible way possible, do so. But you already have that preconceived notion. I'm saying that that's not necessarily how you do it.
I have no idea what that means. How did you detect God? Have you done that?
Have I ever, by the definition that I gave? No.
Okay. Have you ever detected God? In any way?
Definitely. A very personal story, but we can skip that. I definitely would say that events that are so unbelievably unlikely to occur in my life would lead me to believe that the whims of chance were not responsible for that.
I believe that like rare things can happen, though. I don't think that just based off of like there are huge numbers, and there's been so many events in your life that some of them are going to seem really weird. I totally think that could happen. And I think that for some people, they're going to have weirder events than others, or things that like they think are more like bizarre than other people. Some people have boring lives. Some people have weird lives.
Which is why I tend to avoid
that I completely believe. I think works, is exactly what we would expect in the natural world. It would be the case just by how big it is that like sometimes shit would line up and be really weird. I was going to call the dentist today, and because I had to reschedule my kid's appointment, my dentist appointment for my kids. And I was like, all right, I got to call this dentist. I got to look up their phone number. And while I'm looking it up, they called me and said, hey, our thing is a little busy. Do you want to change your appointment? And I was like, that's what I was just about to call you for. Yeah, hell yeah, let's do that. That was great. This was perfect timing. That's weird. That's super weird, but that would happen in the natural world. Sometimes, like, there's an appointment coming up. We're both thinking about each other. We're going to call each other, maybe.
I guess it would also happen in a supernatural world as well, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. So it's really inconclusive just because bizarre things happen. Yeah. Now, if, as Joel mentioned earlier, it were consistent, then that would be fucking amazing. If it were the case that, like, someone could say, hey, check this out. When I ask God to rain fire down, it happens. We'd be like, whoa, that's dope. There is no natural explanation for this. There's nothing we can think of it could be. Even in the rarity of worlds, like, it's too much. Or like earlier, yesterday, I flipped 343 pennies to see how many times I could flip heads in a row. I got one of them to flip 11 times in a row heads. That's pretty amazing. But if God were real and I said, hey, God, make these all heads, and I flipped over 300 pennies and then went heads, I'd be like, now that is impressive. But the odds that we, like the amount of weird things we see line up with exactly what we would expect in a natural world. So it's just not that convincing to me.
Yeah, definitely. And I agree with you. That's why I usually I try to avoid using personal testimony when it comes to explaining the existence of God. But I would, I mean, if you could entertain this.
I mean, it wouldn't matter anyway, because we're talking about detectability, not something happened and I interpreted that as God. That's not a detection. That's a feeling.
Would you say that detection could also be
repeatable?
Like repeatable as in like the scientific method?
Hell yeah. Absolutely.
Oh, okay. So would you say that the scientific method is the only manner with which we determine that which is true, which is real?
No.
Okay.
It's just a good method that we've come up with to figure things out.
Would you say that
it's probably the best method that we've come up with to figure things out? Like throughout time, we had, guessing was like invented at some point. Making up stories like mythology was one, right? Like early myths. Etiological explanations and stuff like that.
Yeah.
We have
I guess you don't make
logic, like philosophy was better, right? That got a little bit better, and then later they were like, let's do it like science, and then you can see like the amount of predictions started to be able to like get more things right. We're like, now we know when eclipses are coming down to the like fucking second. Science is amazing. Like that's pretty impressive. Whereas the guessing and the mythology didn't have that much predictive power. Real quick, raiders, hi, look, you have a lot of places you could go raid. You don't have to come here. I appreciate you being here, but there's other lives too. But thank you so much. Share the love around, please. Okay, sorry. Go ahead, Noah.
I was going to say that one of the main forms of detectability, similar to the last guess, would be the Bible. If we do make the affirmation that the Bible is inspired by God, if we were to make that affirmation, then it would also follow that that book is the most direct detectability of God's existence, right?
Okay.
In the same way that you could detect that someone exists by receiving an email from them.
Yeah, and so, but the problem is that the Bible describes, like in every way, seems to just describe a mythological character.
Oh, that's great. Now, my question would then be, why would the writers of the Bible, what did they gain? Right? Because I guess people didn't make things up with the sole goal of being flayed, right? Or being sawed in half, or beheaded, or crucified upside down, sorry.
Okay. So why did they say that? I think they believed it.
Yes, but that's the thing. You could easily die for, having fallen for a lie, but you would never die for something that you yourself knew were a lie because you're the writer. So when
I don't think, I'm not convinced that they were lying. Maybe some of them were lying. Like Moses was lying, right? Like those early priests who wrote, like whoever it was that wrote the first 5 books of the Bible are like clearly lying when you read it. It's like, okay, these priests are just trying to like get land and pussy and money, and that's all that they're trying to do.
Maybe Moses had the least reason to lie though, because he was already, what was it? He was like the adopted prince of Egypt, so there's no reason to.
Yeah, but
that's just not true.
Moses didn't lie. Moses didn't exist, right? So it was like people thousands of years later that actually wrote the stories.
Ooh, wait, so you would make the affirmation that Moses himself does not exist as a person, like the historical character?
Probably not.
Like
just
all the stories in the Torah.
Yeah, but if he did,
Abraham,
if he did exist, the stories, just like we see in other mythology, are very clearly like exaggerating what happened. Like it might have been the case that someone had a grandpa named Moses who used to live in Egypt, and the grandpa could have said like, yeah, a long time ago, I got all these people out of here. And then that grandkid told their grandkid. And then they were like, wow, my great-great-great-grandpa got us here. And then they wrote a story about it. That'd be fine. Like, that'd be perfectly, like, that has for sure happened. We know that kind of thing has happened. I've written stories about my ancestors before, told stories about them before that I don't know if they're true. Right. And so, but it's like something I heard. And so we tell the story and pass it on. Like, we know for sure that happens. But we don't know for sure if like seas can part. So when the story says fire rained down from heaven and everyone got dizzy and then a sea parted, now we're like, come on, this is making up.
I think, okay, that's a really interesting point. Okay, so then it is your preconceived atheism that supports your atheism, because it is actually, did you just admit to circular law?
Yeah, I presuppose atheism in order to like exist in a logical world and like use reason and logic to understand things.
I mean like your belief of, for example, you said that it is like the parting of the Red Sea and fire raining down from the sky.
Yeah, I mean, like, stories. I'm open-minded. If you want to show that happen or show how that could happen in a way, then like, yeah, that sounds cool. But if you're just saying it's magic, then I don't care, right?
Yes, but then you've assumed. So pretty big if here, right?
I assume magic isn't real.
Yes, exactly. That's kind
but you don't.
Point, is that? No, I don't assume that magic isn't real. That's not something that has been shown.
So show it. Like every time that like, you know, we do these tests, like when you do these James Randi magic tests on people, it's like all the supernatural stuff gets debunked every time, right? Once it's actually put to a real test. When people go like do it in some old story, or they say they did it in their basement and it's like this like secret thing that you can't come test. Yeah, now there's like lots of people who believe in this, but anytime you're like, okay, this is the claim, let's test it and see if it's repeatable or if we can like figure out what's really happening here. It always ends up being like,
but
not magic.
What we're seeing here. So I guess I'm really happy that you brought this point up, because I think this could like, I mean, if, you know, at the very least help people have a better understanding of how to go with these discussions. I would say that when we are discussing miracles, the supernatural, or magic, right, we're really just describing what is beyond common natural occurrence, right? What's beyond naturalism, right?
Dragons and magic spells, angels, sorcerers,
partings of seas.
Yeah, that kind of stuff.
The like.
Yeah. That stuff all seems to fall under like a make-believe story to me, for sure.
To me, it falls under supernatural occurrence. But again, if these things do happen in a Christian context, obviously, then they only happen because God decides to, you know, act, right? So if
I can't trust you now, Noah.
Pardon?
Like, I can't trust that you have no understanding of the actual world. Everything might suddenly be a magical thing that happens, right? Like if I'm like, hey Noah, is it going to like, are you going to meet me at the place tomorrow? Whatever you say, I'm like, I don't know if he's really going to do it, because like he thinks that magic is real. Like now everything's out the window. Is like when I drop this pencil, is it going to go up or down? I'm willing to say, by presupposing atheism is true and we can trust that the natural laws are orderly and that gravity is natural, that this is going to go down based off of like my inductive experience of everything I've dropped on Earth has gone downward. I'm willing to, like, with 100% confidence, like I would bet all of my money and my children and wife's money that this will go down. I will bet it. Okay. And you know what? You don't even have to put up a dime. I'll bet all of it. And in your world, would you be willing to make that bet? Because maybe God makes it go up in your world. It's a 50-50 chance.
Yes, but also, like, philosophically, maybe even in your atheistic world, you know that if I see, what was that analogy again? It's the common one for this. It's like you see like 100 red cars pass by and I ask you what the color of the next car is going to be. just because they were all red before doesn't mean that 100%
absolutely with cars for sure. But
I would bet my money that it's going to be red.
With yours, it could be any car. If right, like it could be anything that goes by. It could be a unicorn driving a blue car that goes by, because in your world there's magic. Anything could change in a glimpse of a second. So you can't trust your senses at all.
Oh well, 100% I can, because
and there's actually there's a practical problem here. Not to interrupt, but there's a practical problem here. Like, if you guys are hanging out together, you and Mezzo in the park, and somebody runs up and, let's say, hurts Mezzo in some way with a knife or something like that, you might be inclined to pray over him.
Why are you daydreaming that?
Like, I was just dreaming about Central Park in 1990s, and you guys are walking around there, and somebody comes up and assaults Mezzo. You might be inclined to pray about it. Mezzo needs an ambulance.
No.
That's really specific.
Not in the moment.
All right, so let's just try this. Would you be willing to bet any amount of money that this could go up? Like, you could pray and ask God and it would go up and a miracle would happen right now?
I will, on this live feed right now, tell you the pin to my debit card if that goes up as we speak.
No, I know it's going to go down. Your view is God could make it go up, right?
Yes, but again, because we're dealing with God, who I have continuously in my entire life seen that he has let things go down, then I'm going to assume that he'll do it again.
Right, but with mine, I'm doing it without God. I can do it with 100% certainty. But with yours, sometimes when people walk on water, they float. Sometimes when they die, they come back. Sometimes a sea splits in half.
I never heard of anyone other than the specific characters of the Bible walk on water.
So miracles used to happen and now they don't?
Not at all. Just those specific ones that you just named. I've never heard of,
All right, pick the miracle. Let's try one.
Pardon?
Pick a miracle. Let's try to make one happen. Pick something.
As in, let's work a miracle right now?
Yeah, why not? Why is this so hard to
work? Because humans don't work miracles.
Is God not here?
God is here, so he'll decide if he wants to do that.
Okay. So
would you like to pray to God and ask if he would be willing to?
Yeah.
Would you actually have faith while you're praying, and then would he answer you?
Well, so I don't believe in God, but I will take it seriously. I will do my best to not to do it. Sometimes we do joke ones here, but I'll do a real prayer if you think it'll help. I'll close my eyes and I'll do it honestly. I can turn my mic off if that's weird, or I can leave it on. I'll do whatever. I'll do literally anything it takes, as long as we actually get to make a prediction and see if the thing works. Actually check the data. Be here's a thing that we've been able to see has happened, and we don't have an explanation for this other than God. That would be a great demonstration. I have a background ready.
I'm really happy that we can get to this point, because this is actually where I wanted to get to before in the discussion.
I have this ready to go.
Oh.
I'm down. I'm down to do it. But no one ever takes the challenge, right?
No, of course not.
It makes it so obvious to me that it's not going to happen. God has no power here, and he's not going to do anything.
Yeah. No, I
dropped the pencil. I went down.
Personally, in my day-to-day life, I do live expecting naturalistic events to play as they always do.
Not always. You don't say always.
No, I say always as in I personally have never experienced anything that is objectively, demonstrably, undeniably supernatural. There's always been...
Neither have I.
The small chance that it could have just been a coincidence, right?
Yep.
However, because of that, I expect, to not have the sky fall with fire when I open the door, because it doesn't happen usually. However, the difference between me and you, I would say, is that I am not... there is no reason why the sky wouldn't, right, fall with fire, right? because I believe that there is a God that could do that, then
that's been my
really
whole
up to his
point.
whim.
Yeah, it's
my point is basically that God and supernaturalism happen at his whim. These aren't things that we can just pray for, and then if they don't happen, then I guess it didn't. I guess he doesn't exist. You know, that's not exactly how it works. God can easily just refuse to answer your prayer. So praying
Why
or
would he
asking
do
God
that?
to do something is not.
Why would he refuse to like reveal himself when we're like genuinely seeking?
This is exactly where I wanted to get to.
Genuinely seeking, like if you're there, here's your chance to prove it to me and the other people here.
That's the key word.
Why not?
Yeah. Because again, if we're following a Christian context, then we know that, or maybe this is, I might be the first guest to say this. Maybe today. I'm sure you've had someone say this at some point in time. I do not believe that God's main goal is to prove to human beings that he exists. I think his main goal is to have human beings have faith and trust him. Right? I think the Bible points to that as being the main.
Then why did he come to Earth?
The moral of the story. Well,
why did he come to Earth then?
Well, God came to Earth for a different reason other than proving his existence. He came for salvation, right? To die for sinners. That's
he could have done that in heaven.
Can of worms. No, because you need to.
He could have done that in Antarctica. He could have just. He could have just like
Antarctica.
Why do you need Jews for salvation?
Because Jews were the people that God chose because they were really bad people at the time, and God wanted to show us how bad we are as humans.
What?
Very, very weird enacted metaphor.
I mean, all humans are bad anyways, but it's just saying that God chose the Jews as being the example.
But everyone was also worse because that's why they were all genocided by the Hebrews.
Why did any human have to kill Jesus for it to be a salvation? Couldn't he just have died?
How do you die if you don't have a body with which to die in?
You just make Jesus appear as he can be a Jewish body if you need that. That's fine. But make him like appear in flesh in Antarctica and he freezes to death and everyone's sins are healed. And then that way he hasn't revealed himself.
Yes, but the point of salvation is that you believe in Jesus. So if nobody even knows that Jesus even was theirs.
All the more reason, like all of the disciples would have to just believe that happened.
No,
like have a dream about it rather than actually get to meet him and finger his holes. Well, like this is so weird. This is a really weird turn.
Then again, but I think you kind of fell into a weird pit here in which you're expecting.
You think I'm in a weird pit? You think God had to like specifically choose bad Jewish people in order to kill a guy? And I'm in the pit?
Yes,
like, what are you talking about?
100%.
But I also have this like question that I always like I don't wrestle with it, but it's always like in my mind. Why does God find faith so important? Like, why is it so important that people believe without any evidence? Like, why is faith has such a high currency for him? That's probably not the right word.
Definitely a great question. The answer to that would you just go back to Genesis, not 1:1, somewhere in Genesis. I forget the story in which Adam and Eve they take the apple.
Yep.
Right. In that story, we understand that the main problem was that as soon as Eve hears that what God said won't happen and that, she actually will become like God and that's why God doesn't want you to have the apple.
Right.
Then her lack of faith in what God said, right? That's what leads to her, to take the apple, right? And then, right, we have the whole ordeal, the whole story plays out.
That's actually kind of an interesting point. I would be curious though, like why does God value faith so much?
Because it's the cure to doubt. When the serpent comes and asks, hey, that apple looks pretty good. Don't you want to eat it? Don't you want to be like God? You, if you had faith, would answer, no, God said this. I trust him. So I'm not going to do that.
Right. He values the trust more than the like, God could have just like, like made the apples look disgusting, like they're just like riddled with maggots. So she just doesn't want to eat it, right?
I'm pretty sure you would eat a maggot-riddled apple if it promised you divinity. I'm pretty sure you would do that.
Yeah, but like, I don't know if this is like, I think putting faith on that is a bit of a stretch. And then to say that it's like she disobeyed or she was drawn to the thing that she was told not to, eat, but like she didn't have faith in what God said is like a huge stretch there. But even still, like, why does God require us to believe stuff without evidence? Adam and Eve walked with God in the cool of the evening.
Yeah,
they knew God existed.
Evidence.
Yeah, the Hebrews had manna. The Hebrews saw the whatever Red Sea part. Elijah had called down fire from heaven. They've had evidence.
And now it stops.
Then it stops when we get to the real world. Why does God want us to have that faith? Why is faith so important? Why couldn't he reveal himself and then we get to know him and we choose to follow him or not?
I believe I said that. I think I already answered this. Faith is important because it is what, for example, maybe I'll explain it better this way. If Eve had faith, in the same way that God calls us to have faith today, she would not have eaten the apple. If Adam had faith, in the same way that we have faith today, he would not have taken the apple from Eve.
The same though, because we are told to believe something exists. They knew the thing exists. They were just told to follow what the thing said. We are told to follow what the thing said, but that's not as important as us first believing that the thing exists. There's a different level of faith there.
Yeah,
it's
that's
actually
a great
more
point.
important that you believe that. Oh, sorry.
No, like we could all know that God exists and then still like have faith on whether or not he's good or that we should follow him or something like that. Like it's such a weird thing. Like of all things, to hide himself in a sneaky secret corner where we can't find him just to see if we'll believe in him anyways is so obviously mythological. Like usually I like to kind of go along with the stories and try to see how it plays out. But when we do this one that we're talking about like make-believe stuff and we're bringing up Adam and Eve, a very obviously etiological, mythological story that people made up about the dawn of time. It's not true. There's no bearing on reality here that we're talking about. So like you can't use it as some excuse as to like, we'll see in this story it means this. That didn't happen. Right? And we know that.
I didn't use Adam and Eve to prove that this whole thing is true. It was once, I believe...
It's a story about why faith is the cure to doubt.
Yeah,
why is doubt bad? I think doubt is a good thing.
Doubt is a healthy thing in its doses.
Okay.
It avoids gullibility. It avoids foolishness. Yeah. However, perpetual skepticism, right? Especially towards an omniscient God, does start to teeter on the realms of sin, right?
If there were literally any evidence, then we would be like open-minded, I think, more to be like, yeah, I have some doubt, but let's look into this more. But right now we keep looking into it, and every time I ask someone to do an evidence, they bail out and don't want to pray for a miracle or anything. No, we've been talking for a long time. I want to move on to the next guest who's been waiting patiently. But thanks for coming up.
Thank you.
All right. Dropping saucy nuggets. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
39. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. 39, I'm a Christian. I'll have to say that last guest I thought was really respectful and brought some good points.
Yeah, he seemed nice. He seemed cool.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I think I probably will. Appreciate it.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Did you have anything else you want to talk about?
Well, yeah, I was just curious. What made you, like you said you were a Christian, what made you walk away from the faith?
Yeah, I was a Christian, and then after that I wasn't. I stopped believing in it. I think there was like the major things for me, and there was a lot of stuff, but the two really big ones for me was what I learned later was the problem of like unnecessary suffering. I didn't know the name for it, but at the time I was like, why are all these babies sick? That don't make no fucking sense.
that was, it's like obviously a big problem for the God story, or hypothesis, maybe if you want to call it that. And then the other one was like, I realized, like we were talking about last guest, like, okay, it turns out Adam and Eve isn't a true story. And like at my church, the church was mixed. Like some people thought it was and some people thought it wasn't. And I was just like, you know, going to high school. So I was like learning about basic science and anatomy and realized like, okay, this isn't true, but that's okay. People in my church think this is like an allegory or metaphor for something. And so I was like, okay, cool. But wait a minute. Now that means that if that didn't happen, then then the Jesus one couldn't have happened either, because that doesn't make sense. We wouldn't need the fix from original sin if that part never happened. So then why did the Jesus thing happen? I realized that was kind of like pointless or unnecessary, or maybe not true either, and it's all in the same book. And so it kind of like that mixed with the problem of evil like really swirled me out of the religion. It wasn't like, some people go like, oh, this is dumb, move on. It was like a years long deconstruction.
Interesting. What specifically about the genre of like the Gospels made you think that like Jesus didn't exist, or not to trust? Because that's kind of what Christianity hinges on, is the resurrection of Jesus. Like, is there anything specifically about the Gospels, or?
I mean, they're just in the same book as the Bible. And the Bible has a bunch of mythology in it, so it's kind of like hard. So it's like, maybe this really happened, maybe it didn't, but it's like not really trustworthy. And then, also like this other stuff in this Bible is like, this God's terrible. Like, what? This is awful, man.
Yeah, that's a fair point. I'm just wondering, like the Bible isn't like, I'm sure you know this. It's not like, it's 66 different books, I believe, different authors, different genres, different cultures. So I think that you wouldn't say like the Gospels are the same like narrative or genre as like Revelation or Genesis or Psalms, right?
That's what I mean. So like once I realized that the old stuff wasn't real and that the new stuff hinged on the old stuff, then the hinges came out. You know what I mean? Like
like for instance, Jesus says Moses allowed divorce because of the hardness of your hearts. If we know that Moses didn't exist, if that's all mythology, and nobody actually thinks that the Exodus happened because there's no reason to believe that, then why are we believing this Jesus stuff when he seems to believe in the Moses stuff and he's God? You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. I think that's totally valid. I'm just wondering like what specifically, like scholarship or whatever, like made you think this Jesus thing did not happen? Or
at the time I was like, there probably like was a guy named Jesus who died on a cross, and people think that he came back to life somehow, like, or something like that. I didn't like really like I became so like removed from the like problem of people are complaining about your exhales. I don't know if you're able to blow in a different direction than your microphone.
Yeah, well, it does.
Yeah, just like hold your phone up or something. But yeah, like I was more like less concerned with the Jesus by then, and more like the Yahweh isn't real. The main God character isn't real. So Jesus then if that guy's not real, then Jesus is like, I'm the son of a fake thing. So that kind of like, I didn't need to worry about Jesus too much at the time. Now I read the story and I'm like, oh, this obviously seems like fictional as well. But at the time of my deconstruction, it was like, if the big dog isn't there, then there's no point in the little one.
Gotcha. Okay. Just curious. I think that's probably fair logic. I was just curious if there's anything about the Gospels specifically, because most scholars view them as completely different genre than the Genesis. They view them as biographies of a historical person. So I was just curious.
Okay. Anything else?
That's it, man.
Rock on. All right. Well, thanks for coming by, and let me know if you ever want to like deconstruct some more. Like, I'm happy to help you like disassemble or dismantle or.
I used to be just like you and hardcore atheist, and
raw.
What were some of your favorite arguments against God?
The one that got me was the hiddenness of God.
Yeah.
Divine hiddenness. Yeah, that's a hard thing to wrap your head around why that would happen.
Do you believe in Satan now?
Well, yeah, I believe so.
Have you heard about the divine or the what's it called?
The problem of like the opposite of divine hiddenness, satanic hiddenness or something like that. Like, why does Satan hide himself? What's the motivation there, you think?
I don't know.
Because like God's motivation is
that one from before.
Yeah, God's motivation is obviously because he needs to hide for free will or whatever Christians say. But like Satan, why is he being so secretive? Why is he so
sneaking around undetected? Yeah. He should just be like on a mountain with horns and fire behind him being like, I am the real God. And people would worship the fuck out of him.
Or showing up as an angel of light saying, I'm the real God, because that's what he was.
Or writing a Bible, maybe?
Writing a Bible and singing songs, beautiful singing voice.
Writing, not like writing a big Bible and
rewrites the Bible
on
a giant Bible, yeah. There's no reason for him not to be using his power full force and deceiving all of us into like a totally different God.
Jeffro says infernal hiddenness. That's interesting. Problem of infernal hiddenness. That's a little hard to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think those are interesting points. I would just say that I think, like, I was swayed personally by the arguments that there is a necessary grounding of logic and math and morals. And
have you heard Tog though?
No, I've not. But
yeah, you're talking about TAG, which is the transcendental argument for God. But TOG is a little bit. It's a transcendental argument against God, which basically like proves, I think, like very clearly that logic, since it's universal, unchanging, and immaterial, can't have come from a mind, because minds are inherently in flux. They're changing. Right? They have to be able to process. If a mind isn't processing something, it's not really a mind. It's just like a memory bank. Like if God is all knowing, but not like able to like think about that and by thinking change, then he's just a data memory bank thing, right? So if we're going to say that, this universal thing can't come from a changing source because it is unchanging, then it can't have come from a mind. So only a universe that has like unchanging reality can only exist without an omniscient, omnipresent mind that created it and was the source of logic. So it's basically a big Uno reverse to TAG, and it absolutely kicks ass. A lot of people are starting to use it.
Yeah, they should keep doing that because it's a terrible response. But so you're saying that these laws are necessarily true?
That they exist in reality,
if humans
they're grounded in reality without a mind.
So if like humans die off,
yes,
and there's no conscious creatures, is the law of identity still true?
Yes, in fact, it's more true.
So if that's a law,
because humans can use logic incorrectly, right?
Sure, yeah. Well, obviously, we miss.
So, like conceptually, with minds, P cannot equal P. You can like think that sentence, and it's hard to really comprehend, but people do it all the time, right? Like people get it wrong because minds are they make errors. Like I said, they're changing. There's flaws to that, but in nature, in reality, it's fixed.
So if there was no physical reality, would the law of identity still be true? Was the law of identity true?
Yeah.
Without creation?
I think maybe, yeah.
Okay, so those are
for sure. It seems to me like logic would be true in all possible worlds, just like 1 + 1 = 2 is true in all possible. Like I can't, at least, like maybe there's a way. I can't think of a way that it could be another way.
Think of P as existence. As soon as we have existence, we have P, and that equals P. So that's when logic comes to be. And if existence has always been, and in your mind it's God, and in our mind it's the universe or everything that is, then P equals P, and that just
it's interesting because you just disagreed with your host. Your host just said without creation, P would still equal P, and you just said
so did Joel. We're saying it in different ways.
We're just saying like as soon as there's
you're saying it's contingent, and then he's saying it's necessary. Those are two very distinct things.
On exist? No, but if existence exists forever, then it's still necessary.
It's kind of like they're both the same thing. Like existence is necessary, and P equaling P is necessary with existence. Like they both exist necessarily at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, just like in your view, like God and logic exist at the exact same time forever.
Well,
like do you think God can break the rules of logic?
Just real quick, you just said that, like, I think, gosh, man, I can't. You just said something I wanted to respond to, but Cameron, you said something about something exists. Whatever. Go ahead.
Before we like go too far on this, do you think God can break the rules of logic?
I mean, no, I don't think so.
So he can't like
think anybody can.
Like you can't make like a pen. Like P, like we can imagine, like I said, P equals not P, but like even though we're imagining it, we're incorrect. But once you like place it in reality and you use like a pencil is pencil, right? And you can't make pencil be not pencil, right? I mean, in an instant at least. But do you think God can?
Do you, before that, do you believe that law is necessarily true or contingently true?
I think it's necessarily true.
So no matter what, it's not contingent on anything. This law is always the case, metaphysically.
Yes, because I think existence is eternal.
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
There's always been something.
Such as what?
I don't know. I wasn't here before the Big Bang, but there's always been something. Time, space, matter, energy.
What's your evidence for that?
Logic. I hold to it because I don't see any contradiction to it, and I also don't like see any reason to not think that. Like,
so this is a complete faith claim. You have no evidence.
Absolutely. Like when we're talking about what happens before the Big Bang, it's a huge guess.
So you're just saying like stuff existed, whatever that is.
But I try to make my guess as simple as possible. Right? Like we use Occam's razor to be like, to be like, let's make if we don't know what it is and we're going to make a guess, we can use the information we have. I'm not an astrophysicist, but like they don't know yet either, right? Like we don't have the right mathematical tools to figure this out yet. So, when we're making this guess, my inclination is to make what we're guessing be like the simplest thing, right? And so if it's the simplest thing, it's not going to be a being that has like emotions, thoughts, and moral claims, like, right? That's a complicated answer.
I mean, I don't believe a mind seems more or less just as complicated as material stuff.
Okay.
I mean, I just feel like you're making more of a faith claim than any theist is making.
Yeah, I just think like, a universe assembled in a way that was mindless is easier, and over time it got more complicated, which is where minds came from, out of brains, which are like admittingly complex, right? But maybe not to you.
Do you believe that your mind is just physical stuff?
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you don't believe in like the freedom of the will, right?
I love the way you put it. The freedom of the will.
Are you trying to avoid a bingo card from happening or something? Yeah, free will. I'm not very convinced by it, but maybe it's real. Yeah.
So you think it could be
not if there's an omniscient God that made everything, then for sure there's not the freedom of the will.
Yeah,
but if there's not, then like maybe it kind of depends. Like it becomes a question of identity at that point. Like philosophically, it's kind of like too boring to.
Well, I mean, it's pretty important if you admit that there is some part of you that is immaterial that's affecting physical reality. That's a mind. It's one step away from God.
Yeah,
you obviously couldn't believe in free will.
I think mind is just like a word that we use to like explain the complexities of the like what the brain expresses, right? So it's like our memories, our thoughts, our feelings, like all of that together is like what we mean kind of when we say mind.
Sure. Yeah. So you're just saying it is equal exactly to physical stuff.
I think it can all be only like those thoughts, memories, and feelings can only come to be via physical things.
So before
via physical matter, brain matter.
So when I said your mind is not equal to your brain stuff or free will could exist, you really
I don't know what free will. Like I think I'm confused. I don't get free will enough. What does free will have to do with mind?
Well, if you are just physical stuff, then you are going to respond to the laws of nature.
Right.
That's it. You have no choice in the matter, right?
But aren't there laws of spirit too?
Within physics?
No, it'd be like a different thing, but like there's rules for spirits too, right? So like they're also just following, like you have to be a spirit. Can, like once you're in heaven, can you just come back to earth? Are you allowed to do that, or are there rules?
Before we move on, we're talking about physical reality, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying, like, if all you're talking about like is physical laws, then yeah, I definitely think that I adhere to those. I try my best to adhere to the physical laws of the universe.
So yeah, then there isn't any way in which you could rise above the physical processes that can control your thoughts, your minds, your belief.
Yeah, that's why I say free will becomes
physical stuff.
Yeah, that's why I say like the deeper question for me of free will becomes like a question of of identity, which is like so boring. But I mean, it's like when I say me, like me make a choice, what I mean by me, if I mean like my brain made a choice, or if the the thread that interweaves the fabric of reality, that it outstretches like through my past and through my connections, my cultures, including my mind, my body, and the laws of physics. If like my identity outstretches there a bit, like Mezzo-ness is like larger than me because it includes all my relationships within the physical world, then that bigger me is making the choice.
So so essentially it's either physical stuff, whether it be culture or environment, it's just still physical stuff.
Totally. Yeah.
So all of every single thought you have, your belief that Christian God is make believe, is not you coming to it rationally. It's physical processes that go back to the Big Bang.
The physical processes came to it rationally, sure.
So you just believe that your beliefs are exactly equal to rationality, but everybody else's predetermined beliefs are not.
I'm the only one who has everything right. Is that what you're saying? I think
I'm asking. You said that.
Like, what do you mean? Like, why? What a weird thing. Like, no, I could be wrong about all this.
Well, you just said.
Of course, I could be wrong about it. I'm doing my best to use rationality, to use like skepticism, to like try not to be gullible and find the best truth I can. But like, I could be wrong about some of it.
Sometimes Mezzo and I bounce ideas off each other, and we go like, we're both experiencing things. How do you take what we're experiencing? And then, we'll give each other our takes on it. And that's kind of how we help find truth. We actually do it collectively. And we're doing it right now, actually, by having this conversation.
I think that's a great thing. I'm saying that material stuff doesn't experience things. Like, that's just Adam's third person perspective.
It seems like it does.
Well, I give me anything other than human brains or animals that have this type of quality.
But I think brains are material.
Well, they're clearly material. I'm saying that your thoughts, your beliefs are not material. That's what rationality is. You're rising above physical stuff to appeal to the laws of logic that are metaphysically true. You couldn't do that if you were just 100% of physical stuff.
Why not?
That seems logically to be true.
Why not? Why couldn't a physical brain like experience the universe enough to go, hey, it seems like this is always true, and then it is also the case that that's always true, and the brain figured that out and then uses that to like make other deductions of the world. Like, why not? What's wrong with that?
I mean, I agree that's what happened, I believe, but what you just described, how would you know your beliefs are true if they're just mindless, predetermined?
I'm open-minded. Like, if you want to, like, if there's any evidence otherwise, I'll look at it.
I agree that you're saying that. I'm just saying that belief that you're open to argument and evidence isn't one that you came to rationally. You came to believe it just because of predetermined physical stuff.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. Okay.
So you don't really have any justification.
I don't know. So I don't know if I have free will or not. Like I said, I think it's a problem of identity more than it is a problem of free will and what we consider the meanness of myself within the context of the universe. However, like I said, that's also too boring to talk about, so I don't want to get too into it. But I also think that, like, I don't know why this matters. Like, which of this is God? Like, why are we talking about this?
Well, before I said, like, if there is something immaterial that is ontologically really exists, that is somehow
Do you mean God or like the laws of logic or a mind?
I'm talking about you. If a part of you that controls your beliefs, your thoughts, your intentions.
So like an external soul mind.
Sure, if you can call it that, yeah.
Just so we kind of know that it's like not like a ghost, but like a mind that exists outside of me, but that controls me.
I mean, I animates you, I guess. Something.
So then I don't have free will, but the mind out there does.
Yes, that would be the idea of free will.
And how does that thing like make decisions?
I mean, I guess you just would do it based off of desires, weighing evidences, arguments, logic, the things that we metaphysically.
So the soul mind has its own desires?
Yeah, I believe so.
Based off of, like, where did it get those?
I mean, I think it could be, personality, inherited DNA too, like genetics.
The soul mind, by the way,
the soul mind is the exact same thing as my internal mind. You just took it out here and it has equally no free will.
The soul mind has your experience as well. Like, it experiences your body. It has to be 100% influenced by your environment and all those things. It feels hungry when you feel hungry. It wants chips when you want chips.
Yeah.
Like, it's almost...
It's literally experiencing the entire universe the exact same way we are.
Yeah.
It doesn't even know it's a soul mind. Like, my mind isn't like...
It thinks it's in your brain.
It thinks it's in your brain. Like, it feels from the brain.
But you don't, like, think you're just a brain, right? Like, you feel and experience things other
I think you're hearing that we do think that, and that this whole soul mind thing is just it seems very silly.
Yeah, well, I don't know what this like this solved no problems except it added one extra problem. Where now your thoughts are happening external from your brain, and there's Wi-Fi. How is your mind connecting to this?
The interaction problem, I have no idea. I'm just saying it makes more sense.
Such a weird thing to make up. It makes sense that like your choice process happens outside of where it feels like it's happening.
And then
Maybe you're right.
You're saying that all of your thoughts, all your beliefs, all your atheism, all your critiques of Christianity are not equal to rational things that you can appeal to metaphysically. They're just a process of mindless physical interactions.
No, a minded physical reaction, because we are minded. We have minds. We have brains. Yeah. So those brains react to their environment, and we experience that. And by the way, there's a chance that our brain gets it right. That our brain rationally gets things right.
Yeah. But I see what you're saying, dropping, and like if I can just steel man you for a little bit, would like to make you like a hard steel man, like make you harder. Is like I get that you're saying that if there's not free will, then I didn't really like use rationality, but the processes used rationality for me. Maybe got it right, maybe got it wrong, but like I was like forced to do that because I did it. If I did it, then it means I was forced to do it, which means I didn't like really ponder it, or the pondering wasn't like my choice. It was like this forced ponder that like came to this conclusion. I get what you're saying. If that's the case, that's fine. Like the words that we say when we say rationality still happened. It's like if I was forced to use rationality and that got me to the right conclusion, that's like maybe a weird way to say it, but it's a weird thing to think about. So I'm with you. Okay, sure. Like maybe that is it. It doesn't make me wrong.
Yeah, I'm not saying it does.
If we're able to still like, if we're just interpreting rationality and feeling like we're using it, but it still lines up and checks out, and when other people check it out and it's the best thing we can come up with, then like that's what I'm going to go with. Like I'm still like there's still no evidence for the otherwise, right?
I mean, I totally see what you're saying. I'm just saying that everything you think is evidence or the whatever is not you actually doing anything at all. It's just physical stuff happening to you if there is nothing immaterial about you, right?
But yours is just immaterial stuff happening to you. It's the same thing.
Both.
All you're doing is complicating the equation.
Oh, well, I mean, you can say that again.
Spirit minds don't have any more free will than physical minds. It's the same problem.
I mean, then how do you think? Like, why do you think that focus can change brain chemistry? it seems to be if it's emergent, that phenomenon should never be able to happen.
I don't know what you mean. Like if you meditate and focus, that it changes what you think.
No, it actually changes like parts of your brain. Like there's plenty of studies that show like
wouldn't it make sense that if while focusing it was a physical thing that was happening, that your brain would physically change? That makes perfect sense. It's weirder that this untethered mind is thinking about something and then your physical brain changes. That's weird.
But the idea is your consciousness is doing something to your brain.
I don't know what you mean by consciousness.
Your mind, whatever the quality of the sensations you have, the thoughts you have, whatever.
So show the tether, like absolutely. Like if this is something that's real, because you could just be incorrect. It's like just a guess that you're coming up with. If there becomes some like, hey, we found this thing where the mind is tethered to an unknown source where we seem to be getting our decisions from, I would look into that. But it seems like.
Don't take my word for it. Just go to Google or Chat GPT or whatever you get your information and just ask, are there studies that show focus changes brain chemistry?
Oh, that I believe. But that seems to me to be a physical thing. That's what I just said. The physical change results in a physical change. Whereas a purely immaterial focus wouldn't result in, it would change the mind, but not the brain.
But if our conscious thoughts are just emergent from physical stuff, how on earth could your conscious experience change physical stuff, like your brain? Like that seems to be inverting that relationship.
You know what they should do? They should run an experiment where some people that are like really spiritual and they've like connected to their outside of the body mind. They do substances. They do mind altering substances and do it so that it doesn't affect them. They just like the brain is affected, but the mind isn't. So the mind can still make the body work properly, whereas the brain is like fucked up.
I mean, I think there's clearly a relationship, obviously.
A two-way relationship.
Put a pile of, I think it goes both ways. So that's what I'm saying. You're physically try to
our thing is happening all inside physical reality, and you're adding this external thing. Where is it?
Well, I mean, it's immaterial. I couldn't show you. It's obviously not in this physical space-time reality.
Is it melded with all of the other minds, or is it's in its own unique space?
Well, again, you're talking about space. So it's immaterial. It's not. You're thinking of it in like, physical space-time.
So it's just like a concept?
I mean, I think it's real, just like I think, mathematical logic and things like that are real. I just don't think it's physically real. That's the whole idea. If it is physically real, I don't know how you could ever actually think you can justify any position you have, because every position you have and every ladder up the epistemic chain to get to it is just physical stuff. It's not you actually rationally coming to that.
We've been talking about this for a long time, and I
haven't heard you give me any good response to it, but okay. Hey, good talk.
Yeah, so if you remember all the stuff that I have been saying this whole time, you gave good responses, I gave good responses, Joel had a good experiment, and we had a bunch of other good talks, and I think we had a really good back and forth. But at the end, how could we respond to this? It's all like stuff that we just are like, maybe this. Like, I mean, we're just inferring the best. What we're saying, hold on, I'm trying to end this. Don't say more things. I want to move on to the next guest here, but the whole thing is like, yeah, if you're right, great. I would love to see all this. I'd love to see some like demonstration of this or proof of this. If I'm right, I would also like to see some proof of this, some demonstration of this. It seems like something that like we don't quite understand yet, and so we're guessing. So I still prefer to go with the simpler thing, which is that our mind exists within our brain, right? Like that our brain is a thought process happening, and our memories and stuff are just happening like as synaptic neurons are firing, or whatever the right language is for that, and that there's not some like untethered mathematical mind that is like somehow only working on one brain and not hitting any other brains. Like that's just so bizarre to me and so extra to me. So I don't know. I have like no good reason to believe it. But thank you, Droppin, for coming by. I appreciate you being cool and being nice and having interesting ideas. And hopefully we'll talk to someone who's not too philosophically deep, just so we can kind of like mix it up a little bit here. Maybe get into the Bible. Speakers, what's your age in religion?
Good morning. I'm 49, and I'm a Christian.
Oh, fuck. It's the top of the hour.
That's right, folks. It is 1:24 a.m. That's the top of the hour. The TOTH, Toth. And we're here live at Mezzo Debates Live, a subsidiary of BBDs. I'm JRB, and we've got a speaker in the hot seat. Take it away, man.
Oh, fuck. Yes. We're back. Better than ever. Breaking it down on a Friday night. It's Friday, May 23rd. 22 hours and 25 minutes in to the live here. If you're doing like military time, I don't know, like it's like a 24-hour clock. I don't know why that's just military time. It sounds so aggressive. Like we should probably reclaim that and just call it like I didn't have to cut the day in half because I can count to 24 time. Like maybe something like that. Well, that's an acronym for that. We'll work on it. Speakers, welcome in. You're our next Christian guest. The God that you believe in, Jesus and Yahweh and the Spirit One, are make-believe. That's my claim. Did you want to maybe tell us that that's not true?
Can I touch on those topics you were just speaking about before?
You can touch on anything you want, yeah.
All right. You were speaking about the mind and how it can change practically something which is already kind of predicted, or how to say it. Just excuse me, English is not my first language, so I have to find some words sometimes. So when you want to think about just a placebo effect, what will you take out of it?
That people get tricked, I guess.
Tricked? Placebo effect is actually proven of that you will make your body, your mind, will adjust your body to that level itself, that it can heal itself.
Okay.
So it means that there is something with your mind. That means
there's a God or something?
Just a second. There's something about your mind that is not physical, that adjusts that physical of believing that is in the right position and it's getting healed.
Yeah, I just think the act of believing something does happen in your brain. I think that like that's a brainular thing, right? It seems like neurons firing is like a real thing, like a physical thing that happens, and that is what belief is. So while you are believing a thing and that belief is impacting you, that belief is like a physical act, a real physical thing that's happening.
Yeah, it's become physical, right? But when we speak about placebo, when we speak about placebo, it is practically, like you said, a trick on your mind.
Yes, yeah. So you believe something that isn't true, and that belief has an impact on you all within your brain.
As it is true, yeah.
Yep.
As it is true.
Correct.
Because that's what you need to put there. Because it makes you believe
brains
that
brains
that's
can be
what
incorrect. It's a great point.
Actually, yeah, but it's actually happening to you, right? So your mind will tell to your body that something what didn't happen happened, and it's acting accordingly as it did happen.
Sometimes, like with some things it can do that, and with some things it can't.
Yeah. Yes, of course. Sometimes it can, sometimes it cannot.
If
then
like the mind were this
external
external source, and you could like trick it into thinking anything, then like you could do a lot more. Like you could cure everything, right? Like that. Like you could like give a pill that says this pill cures Parkinson's, and we wouldn't have Parkinson's anymore because your mind would fix it. But your mind can't fix Parkinson's. So there's some stuff it just doesn't work on. The immaterial world that you believe in has no impact on the material world, but it does seem to me that the material world can have an impact on the material world.
Yeah. Let me just say hypothesis. What if this placebo effect, or the understanding of it, how its function, is actually affecting us in what meta and which way we can use it? Because if it is something what we don't know perfectly and understand perfectly yet, maybe there will be a time when we can actually access that level of understanding that it might
then I will believe in it.
Good. So there is a hypothesis.
But until then, it's like obviously like
Yeah, I
a dumb thing
understand.
to
Yeah.
believe now because like there's no evidence for it. Yeah.
But then we have to go back to a physical reality of the atoms.
Can I tell
Let
you,
us go
speakers? I kind of don't want to talk about this. I changed my mind. I said talk about whatever you want and touch on anything you want, but like we just did this. Like, were you going to add anything to the last guy's thing, or are you just going to say all his stuff again?
Okay, no, I just wanted to say, I don't know.
Or
I
maybe
just
tell
wanted
me why this means there's a God.
Okay, why there? Yeah, I believe there is God. I was also kind of agnostic, atheist, / because I didn't know if there is God or no God, and I was not just
there's
don't care.
not. Yeah.
Yeah. So, there's certain things in my life and a certain wisdom, I will say, started to point to me like, okay, there is something and there is somebody who have some kind of little control over what's going on here.
Wisdom, you say? Like you were given some sort of secret knowledge from God?
Not really secret, but when we think about just the history of this earth, right? When we think about the different kind of cultures and different kind of physical proofs from different kind of cultures, like for example, there was always cultures that spoken about certain deity.
Yeah, but I don't believe them. Like you don't believe all those are right?
See, why I'm saying it is because, I don't know, do you believe in extraterrestrials?
No.
You don't believe there is another life in universe than we are?
Oh, there might be, but I haven't seen them yet. I'm like, I hope there is, but I don't believe in it until we see it. Like, it'd be a weird thing to have faith in. Probabilistically, it makes sense, right? But I like, what are they like? There's nothing to believe in yet because we haven't seen it yet, right?
Yeah, because when you want to think about it, we are in universe and we are on the planet and we are living.
Talk about God. What are we doing?
Yeah, but it's leading to it.
Get to that. I know about aliens. Go to the God.
All right. So when there is in that hypothesis, when the other cultures and thousands and thousands of years backward, all of them speak about some kind of deity coming from the sky, might be extraterrestrials, right? So there was maybe somebody who comes.
Oh, you're doing ancient aliens? You're doing like the aliens from another planet came here and like early humans saw them and thought they were gods? You're doing like this is Stargate?
Not really. There's much more to it than just that. I think there's very much on the surface what they are doing. But practically, if there is something or somebody who came to this planet, if it is true.
But not every culture thought that like gods came from the sky. That's just not true.
The most of the cultures had a deity. If I'm right, so you can tell me which one didn't.
Yeah, like animism isn't about like sky gods. It's about animal gods.
No, yeah, they believe there is something that is giving them a certain kind of understanding or belief that they are having a control, right?
Also, like the reason there's so many sky gods is because of the sun. There's the sun and the moon, and those things are fucking weird, and no one can get to them, and they don't know exactly what they are, so they make up stories about it. That's so much more likely than aliens came and pretended to be gods. Like this is just like binoculars right now.
Yeah, it's okay. That's up to one's belief, I believe. But when you want to think about it, like we human beings are having not the same kind of way to be. Like, for example, animals. When you want to think about animals, they know exactly what to eat, right? They go around, they eat what they're supposed to eat, and then they will come the human being, and we just eat absolutely.
Hold on, Dana, do you know that you're up here? I think Dana fell asleep. Bingo. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Okay, hold on one second. Let's see. Let's check out this one here. Sorry, speakers, 1 second. Just getting some help here for you. This one's not connecting. Your dog eats cardboard box. Oh, Wise African. Are you a Christian person?
Wise African?
Thank you.
Hey, what's your age and religion?
I'm 50 years of age, and I'm a Christian.
Okay. Do you want to talk about
Ghana,
like
West Africa?
Do you want to talk about consciousness or aliens, or do you want to talk about God and stuff?
Yeah, I want to talk about God.
Oh, dope, dude. Okay, hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Good. Okay. Well, welcome in. You're our next guest on the Christian God is Make Believe show with Joel and Mezzo. I think the God you believe in isn't real. It seems like a make believe God, but maybe you can make me believe God. It's harder. It's harder than it seems.
I actually love it.
Yeah. The problem is that I say God is not a theology.
Okay.
God is an experience.
Okay.
And
well, I am currently not experiencing God. So does that mean he doesn't exist?
You're certainly wrong, because in this world, we have the two worlds, the spiritual and the physical.
Bullshit.
And we have,
Excuse me. Sorry. Why is that? Hold on 1 second. Bullshit. Got a rebuttal to that?
You let me continue.
You're just making that up. There's not a spiritual world.
And that is, so because you have not experienced it, does not mean it does not exist.
All right. So how do we know it exists then?
Because that is what I'm saying. So if you had let me under, you would have known what I'm about to tell you.
Yeah. Tell me how we know the spiritual world exists.
And we have two humans. Those two humans is
Me
like somebody like you. Those two humans, one is you and one is me. I have experienced both.
Hey, Joel's here too, so that's
I have experienced both.
Can we have three humans and Joel's one of them?
Yes, I have experienced. I said spiritual, so yours own could be the same. I have experienced what you haven't experienced.
Okay. Do you think it's possible to experience something that isn't actually real?
Excuse me. It makes you ignorant than I am.
Excuse me.
Because I have experienced.
I am so sorry for interrupting.
You haven't experienced.
I'm trying to understand your point of view, though. So you're saying since both of us exist, and Joel, and one of us doesn't experience it, but the other one does experience it, does that mean it is real? Or it might be real?
It's real. Because you don't know does not mean it's not real. You get me right?
But Wise, do you think it's possible that sometimes people experience something that isn't real?
Sometimes people experience things that isn't real.
Okay, so I still could be right then.
They will tell me what the experience is real or not. Because what I experience...
Hold on, you got to slow down. I'm like genuinely trying to hear through. You have a bit of an accent, and you have to talk a little slower for me to hear.
Yeah. I'm an African. Sorry, you know.
Yeah, no, it's okay. You don't have to apologize. I want to be able to understand you. Sorry.
Okay.
It's my fault, not yours. So what we found out is that you're experiencing two realities, and I'm experiencing one, and one of us is right. One of us is wrong. Well, unless Joel, do you think there's more than two realities, maybe, or less than one?
I don't know, but one time, I don't know if I ever told you this story. But I was in Thailand and I drank some cobra blood, and I went to the washroom later, and I'm not joking, a snake like kind of slithered out of my bum hole.
I remember that.
Came out between my legs, turned, smiled. Have you ever seen a snake smile? Yeah. And then slithered off, and of course shook. But of course, it was a rhythm. It was like dun 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 ha, dun 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 ha. It did that kind of a beat with the rattlesnake thing. It was a cobra, but it had a rattler. Anyway, was that a genuine, do you think that's a real experience, Wise Guy?
Joel, do you think it's like telling, like, that instead of when I did the snake smile, I could have just done a real smile, but I had to use my hand,
you don't have.
I could have just smiled.
Smile.
I did this is such a robotic proof. Smile, like if you're real, smile. No, I'm real. Smile.
Now I can do it. Look, I can just move
I love
my
this.
face. Look how supple my skin is.
This is so happy.
Yeah. I'm having a great time today.
I realized like a minute later, I was like, why did I do that? All right. So Wise is, I always want to say, because I only see Wise AF. And so I love that. It's Wise as fuck. That's a great username. So did Joel see that snake smile? That's true. That really happened.
Yeah. What he's saying, I have been I have traveled in Ghana in the interlands, and then I was lying on the floor, on the mattress. And then all of a sudden I said, look on your left. I look on my left and a very big scorpion. I've never seen one before.
And so you do think that Joel saw a smiling snake dance?
Yes, any little move, I would have been bitten.
Right, but why? What does this scorpion have to do with Joel's snake? Are you trying to one up his story?
Yes, of course. I'm just giving you
something. Did the scorpion dance?
My scorpion did not dance. But I said,
your story sucks. Joel's is way better. His snake danced.
You just need a dance.
Show me a scorpion doing a cha-cha and I'll listen to your story. But Joel's story is more interesting right now. So do you think since he experienced it, does that mean it happened?
Yes, he experienced something that is unreal.
Well, I experienced atheism once, so that means that happened? Because everything that everyone experiences is real. So I made coffee earlier today. No joke. This is like an honest, actual story. Like no dancing scorpions or snakes. I made coffee, and the whole time, no God. I experienced godlessness. So that means that that's true, right? Since our experiences are all true.
The problem is that you have experienced it. Does it make it real for you?
Because I did not. That's what I was thinking before you started rambling. Okay, so just because you've experienced something doesn't make it real. Okay, tell me more about what you experienced with God. That's not
what
right.
I have experienced with God. I have been in my room before, being on bed. I was sick.
What were you wearing?
See me and they tell me, and spiritual people see me and about 4 people ever met me, strangers met me and told me, you are very ill, but no one sees it.
What did you have?
And I knew I was, yes, no one realized it because I was not looking like ill.
What sickness did you have? The flu or something?
I went to the hospitals. I went to checkups. I went to the hospital. I went to checkups. You are fine.
Oh,
but I was not fine. But I was not fine.
Sounds like a malpractice suit, maybe. Like, did you have an infection?
No, up to date, I've not gone for any infection treatment.
Did you have demons?
So that's what I'm telling you now. So if there was a demon, then I'm telling you.
You're a guy who's had demon. I don't know if we can trust this guy. I don't trust demons.
What I know was that my God came. My God came in the room on my bed and healed me. And
I can't keep reading all these bingos. Everyone has a bingo. Like, who doesn't have a bingo?
As soon as somebody says God came on my bed and
you got
healed
bingo.
me. Yeah, you get bingo. God coming? Yeah, you're gonna get bingo for that.
In my mind, bingo just means that they finally, let's just say, stopped edging.
But wise guy, why don't you agree with me and believe with me that sometimes snakes crawl out of people's buttholes, smile, and go around doing the cha-cha?
He believed that one. He didn't believe that I made coffee.
You believe that story?
Yeah, he said that one. He said that one was real, but he didn't think I made coffee.
So you see, the problem is that then there is real God, and it's an experience. I have experienced many a times. I was about to get stroke. You get me right? Stroke. I was about to get stroke in the night around 2:00.
You're about to stroke in the night?
Yeah, stroke. Symptoms of stroke.
Yeah,
stroke. And then
I sometimes do that at night, but the mornings are actually kind of a nicer time to do it. Like after I drop the kids off at school, it's kind of quiet in the house.
And you went to hospital?
I don't do it. I don't do it at that level. No, I do it. It's like a milder kind of it's kind of a soothing thing. Actually,
when I was younger, I did because I did it too many times and it was chafing. But for the most part,
and you don't know what to use, right? Like it's kind of you're like, I'll just try anything.
I was not younger. I was not younger. You were young, but I was not younger. Yes, in my 40s.
Yeah,
in my mid-40s.
I'm in my 40s. Well, I'm 42, but I still do it.
Yeah, I started way earlier than that. I started.
I was like 10.
And you met someone who healed you.
A bit older than that.
You met someone who healed you.
I think at 10, 13, I was like you were saying, why is laying on the mattress. I was doing that at age 10 and kind of feeling the mattress and something was happening.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't call it like it wasn't until 12 or 13 probably.
That you finished, right?
For a real stroke. Yeah.
Yeah.
How old were you when you first did it, Wise?
I was around 45. I'm 50 now. 5 years ago.
That's really old for that.
That's very interesting, actually. Have you ever been with a woman or a man? Like, have you ever had just like regular sex?
No, not at all. Not at all.
You've never done intercourse.
He's probably asexual. It's probably asexual or something like that. Yeah. Okay, so you tell us about your mid 40s stroke that you had.
So when I had to rush back to the capital city because of the symptoms.
It was so built up, right? Like it was so built up. It had been so long that first one was like, we got to go to the hospital about this.
Yeah, and I didn't go to hospital. The next morning,
just real quick, how long did the stroke last? Because it could go either way. Like if you've never done it,
maybe you're bad at it.
You're bad at it, or
was it like in an instant?
I think like a minute or more.
Oh, that makes sense. I think he's talking about the finishing because that's going to take forever, like to get it all out. That could go.
Just the end part for a whole.
Yeah, just one.
Yes, you got to go to the hospital. But you didn't go to the hospital.
I got to get to the hospital. This won't stop.
You didn't go to the hospital for that?
I didn't go to the hospital for that because I was healed. I was healed by a stranger I met on the street.
Amen. Oh, there was a stranger.
Yeah.
That's hot.
I was healed because he was not in my room with me, but he was able to tell me this.
I like JOI stuff too. I think that's cool.
And it was on my left, and he pointed exactly my left. Stroke. You are healed. You are healed. Go and thank God. And it is true. Till date, it has never appeared. I was truly
powerful.
I was truly healed. That's the fact of it.
Do you believe, wise man? Do you believe that?
Sorry, just real quick.
Wise.
I gotta say something.
Yes, sir.
For me, bingo. Okay.
Stroke.
I'm done.
Wise, do you believe that man who stroked you off was an angel?
Yeah, he himself, the man told me that there are many angels behind me. Do I see them? Mm-hmm. The man, he was speaking like
there's a lot of them
lined up behind you. Yeah. They were just riding.
And he said, "Do I see them?" So he asked me, "Do I see the angels?" Many of them following me. Do I see them? I said, "No."
Did you feel? Maybe you didn't see the angels, but did you feel them?
I didn't see the angels.
Did you feel them?
Pardon?
Did you feel them behind you?
I didn't feel them behind me, but I've dreamed mingling with angels before.
Okay. Were you like blindfolded? Was this like a blindfold? What do they blindfold people? And what's that movie? The Gray Area. What's that movie called about gray areas? 100 Shades of 99 Grays, but a bitch ain't one.
No, 99 words for gray. Yeah.
Yeah. Were you blindfolded?
No.
I wonder why you didn't see them. That's so interesting. Like, were they kind of creeping around, hiding out, or were they just invisible?
Because it demands something to see them. You know.
What did you do with it after?
Nothing, and that is all. Up to as I'm talking to you now.
Where is it now?
The stroke?
Yeah. Like, I mean, did you just leave it all on the bed, kinda?
No, I'm healed. Nothing happened to me up to now, and it's been 5 years now.
Okay.
He didn't take me any money. He didn't charge me. He didn't say anything. He just said, "Go and give thanks to God."
No baby wipes.
That's what he told me.
Yeah.
I said, "Go and give thanks to God. You are healed."
Interesting.
But he didn't know me anyway.
Well, this is riveting stuff, and I'm worried that like the rest of the audience is just like zing their pants off right now. So I'm going to probably move on. But Joel, did you have any other questions you wanted to add? Or
well, it's too erotic. I would say that like I think everyone here, wise, is just wishing they would have the same experience. But until we do, we're not going to be able to. We're not going to be able to confirm. Yeah. We're not going to be able to confirm whether or not God or these angels exist until we've all been stroked off by them.
Can I ask an honest thing for you, Wise? I don't know if you'd be willing to do this, but I'd be willing to, if you want to take just like 1 minute and pray for us live here so that Joel and I and everyone in chat can also experience this similar type of like sensation that you did.
I won't be able to do that.
Okay.
And that is what I tell, that is what I try to tell people, that I pray that you receive what.
Can you do it now, like on the live, so we can hear it too?
I can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Lord, I pray unto thee, O Lord my God, that it has not been once, twice, many times that you have given me experience of healing. You have made me experience you. And as I used to tell people, I said, this God, may they experience you. May everyone on this life experience you. I know you are real. You are not a God of theology. You are not a God of words, but you are a God of experience. I pray unto thee, Lord my God, that as you made me experience you uncountable times, may it come so upon the lives of each and every one on this life. May they experience you personally. May they experience you personally. May they experience you personally. God,
One more time.
may it come to pass
Piss on me.
as I've declared.
Oh shit!
May it come to pass soon.
My pencil flew out of my hands. Oh my god. Okay.
And it
Yeah, I
surely
feel
shall
totally
come to
pissed
pass.
all over. I'm so glad that we did that. I need to take a quick break and get
Want to
some water.
experience God piss on me. Yeah. That was a blessing. And
how do you go on from this?
You just have to keep going, you know, like sometimes it's so hard. I mean, right now it's so hard, but you still have to carry on, right? How do we do it? I don't know. Just keep it going. Keep edging forward. And that's, what else can you do?
Head first. Okay. I do actually need to get some water.
All right,
Joel,
what I'll do is I'll bring someone up.
Yeah, if I don't know how busy you are, but if you want to try,
I'll
like
try.
I can put music on, or you can just bring up whoever.
I'll try it.
Okay, I'll be real quick.
Okay, he's gonna go.
This is unrelated to the last. Like, it's not about that. Like, I don't have to.
Yeah.
Do anything
you're gonna be gone for more than. Are you gonna be gone for like 30 seconds, or are you
should
gonna
just take a minute at this point?
Yeah, exactly. You're right there. Okay, guys. Thanks for everyone for being. Thanks for everyone for being here. That's so stupid. Thanks everyone for being here. I'm gonna try to bring up T-Blaze or T-Blaze probably. Okay, don't fuck up. Shit. Hold on one second. T-Blaze, are you there? T-Blaze? I brought up somebody that doesn't even know they're up. Fuck. This sucks. He's going to come back and there's not going to be anyone here. T-Blaze. Earth to T-Blaze. I guess it's not Earth. I guess it's like goes up to his satellite and then comes down on this. Okay, well now maybe the whole time, and when it comes back, I'll be like, oh, he doesn't want to talk to you because I've got bars. This probably breaking up all over the place. I got fucking bars here. Why did he leave me in charge when I keep tapping that screen? It's the top of the like. Fuck, I can't do anything. Okay, T-Blaze, that was a great point you just made. That's actually, that was a fine point, T-Blaze.
Okay.
Keep on talking, T-Blaze. You're an actual person. Fuck my bars.
Sorry about that. Joel, you good? Joel? We have a guest. Sorry. T-Blaze, welcome in. Did you already have an age and a religion?
I've got bars.
Oh, what's happening? I can't hear anybody.
I can't even see you right now. I've got bars.
Okay. Well, I'm not hearing T-Blaze either, so I don't know if... I assume maybe you cooked him. He's probably... T-Blaze must be, like, deep in thought. Jimmy, welcome in. What's your age and religion?
Sorry, my phone. Is there a Jimmy? Oh, sorry.
Jimmy?
I'm sorry, I had bars there, but yeah, T-Blaze was talking to me the whole time, and I guess when you showed up, he just didn't want to have a conversation with you. So, but he was a real guest, and everything went really smoothly when you weren't there. So
I have full confidence.
It wasn't weird at all or anything.
Something stuck in my eye when I went out there.
What,
oh man!
How? What happened?
I got some garlic salt, and I was going like this.
Oh, why would you do that?
To get the thing out of my... You know what? There's an old Steve Urkel joke.
Oh, yeah.
That really actually cracked me up when he was like doing this, and he was like being sad, and someone was like, "Hey, what's wrong? Are you crying?" He's like, "No, I'm not crying. I just have something in my eye." Oh, it was my finger. And I remember like being young and being like, "That's fucking funny. That's really fucking funny."
And then he'd say like, "Why did I do that?
Why did I do that?
Why did I do that?" I love that catchphrase. He's like, did I do that? Why did I do that?
Yeah. Hold on.
Well, you got your finger in your eye. Why are you doing that? I don't know. Did I do that? Why did I do that? So weird.
Why'd I do that?
Why'd I oughta do that?
This is my cat Xena. For people who haven't met her, she's a beautiful, beautiful warrior princess, and she's like the sweetest jelly bean. Oh man, cuteness overload. My wife gave her a jelly bean the other night, and like watching a kitten like play with a jelly bean around on the floor was like, this is like an anime, like just a fake cute anime scene, like kitten and a jelly bean. It's great.
She didn't eat the jelly bean, wasn't interested.
No, she just like batted it around and played with it.
But interesting, they know it's not for them. Do they not realize it's food? I guess they don't like sweet things.
Sometimes, yeah. Like, my dogs have really strange appetites. They don't like lettuce that much, but they eat other veggies. Like they eat carrots, cucumbers, and loves like fruit. Our dog fucking they flip out about watermelon. When we're cutting watermelon, they are just like standing next to us and just drooling. Like they're crazy about it. It's like gross. And one of our dogs steals apples, and he used to do it sneakily. And we'd be like, "Why are there apple chunks on the dog bed?" And realized one day and like caught him doing it a few times. And now he'll do it like we are not like, we don't punish our dogs. Really, like they're old, it's fine. But he'll just go up and just be like, "I'm just having an apple," and just like take an apple off of the counter where we keep our apples and just go eat it on his bed. And like he'll like stick his head all the way in the grocery bag. Like if we come home with groceries and just put it on the floor, he's like head all the way in, just trying to like pull out the food and stuff. It's so weird.
My parents have a cat, one of these hairless cats, whatever kind of cat that is.
Oh yeah.
Like a rat. And it also likes vegetables.
Shaved or bread?
Bread.
Oh, okay.
And I think it's rye. And it like grabs for like pieces pieces of like any of the vegetables, and like my mom will hold it and it'll like take its little hands and grab her hand and then pull it into its mouth.
Yeah, like this kind of motion. Yeah.
Like I need that, like, but with the claws a little bit, and like let me eat this piece of cucumber.
Yeah, it's a strange thing. It's like I thought you guys were like fish and milk and stuff.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, not entirely. Also, like our dogs, we are vegetarian, but they eat like dog food that has chicken or whatever in it. We get them that. But the few times that it has happened where like you order takeout and you get tofu or something, but when it gets here, it's like, oh, this is a block of beef. We'll give it to our dogs, and they do like it. They're like, "What the fuck have you been giving me apples for? This is crazy." Reyes, welcome in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Hey, what's your age and religion?
22. I'm pretty agnostic. I'm open about it.
Oh, good. Well, you and Jimmy are going to be on a team here during this debate, and Joel and I are going to be on the other team. We're saying that the Christian atheism, like the Christian God, is make believe. Well, you think you agree with me?
No, I don't. You just said make believe.
Yeah, like God is made up is the point. I can run it. Maybe it's time to change the backgrounds for this last little hour here. Maybe something like we should have had this one up earlier when I was trying to get the. God, I do love this background. Maybe I'll run that next time. Here we go. Let's do one of these. Classic. God's description is contradiction, hence fiction. So the point of this is that the way that the God that you believe in is described, if you do believe in this God, he's got all these omni properties and it don't make no sense. In fact, it makes zero of senses, and so he's not real. What do you think? You agree with this?
No, I believe it. Jesus Christ is the RPG of the world.
The role-playing game? Is that a troll thing? Are you doing like a troll bit? What does that mean?
That's what it's. No, I'm not. Deadass. That's what the Bible's about. It's about good and evil. People choose to be evil. People choose to be good. There's an in-between.
What do you mean by RPG? What does that mean?
Like role-playing game. It's like what we do.
Okay. Okay.
So we're in the role-playing game. Jesus is another character.
Yeah, basically.
What are the NPCs?
I mean, there's no such thing as NPCs in this game. We're all real. That's what's so cool about it.
Prove it.
I mean, well, we're here talking. We both have eyes, don't we?
Yeah, I think this is a real world, but you think this is a video game?
No. I mean, technically it is if you think about it.
Hold on, let's try that.
Try it.
I'm not getting it.
I mean, think about it this way.
Okay.
You have like, I mean, in every basic RPG, you know, there's groups. There's groups of people in there.
Oh, groups.
Yeah, groups.
Yeah, we have that. There's a guitar group. We have a friend group.
Yeah.
I think that I think the RPG games are actually just based on our reality, so that's why they mirror it so well.
Ain't that crazy? I mean, if the world was atheistic and meant to be atheistic, do you think we would be as open as we are?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You do?
I think if the reality was atheistic, that we would be like just like this. We'd be just like this.
Mm-hmm. People would believe in God sometimes.
Yeah.
Well, God's I mean, that's the whole thing. I mean, if you're atheistic, you don't believe in the concept of God.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, no, I believe in the concept of God. I don't believe in the reality of God.
But God is the owner of reality.
Prove it. Do you have any like good evidence or like idea of this? Because let me ask you this. Let me do it this way, Raise. Do you think that this owner of a reality, a little bit of Yes, not their best song, but it's a good early Yes is so fucking dope. Like I love that guy's voice. I don't remember his name, Robert maybe something. Man, just like the stories they told, and he sings so high and it's just beautiful. But Raise, that's not important. Sorry to take you on that roundabout. Okay, so you have John Anderson. Thank you, Gravity Bends. Yeah, that's it. Robert, fucking idiot. Okay, so is the God that you believe in that owns reality, is he all powerful? Like, is he omnipotent?
I mean, I think omnipotent's the wrong word. I mean, if you think about it on the other half of what the opposite of what he is, whenever it comes to witchcraft and stuff like that, I think the word omnipotent will be kind of fuck, you know?
Would be, so he's not all powerful? Okay.
I mean, I don't know if that's what you call it. I don't know if Jesus had secrets or not. I think it's just a way.
That's a good question. That's a better question than my question. Joel.
Yeah, it's just a good way to describe
Joel,
it.
so since Ray's and Jimmy are debating us, do you want to handle that question if Jesus had secrets or not?
Yeah, Jesus did have secrets because he said he spoke in parables so that a lot of people wouldn't understand what he's saying, and only the people that would get it. And so that shows that some of the things he was saying he was meaning to keep it secret from some people.
And I did, yeah. So like when he would do a parable and he's standing on the mount and he's saying, I've seen all good people, they turn their heads this way. And he's, then the things and stuff, and like, yours is no disgrace. That whole line. Oh, also the boy in the Garden of Gethsemane, that was kind of a secret.
Oh, yeah, yeah. He
let's
pretended
do
like he
that.
was like some sort of virgin, but he fucked a lot.
Do you believe in the Bible is true?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah.
It's for the panel.
I mean, yeah. I believe the Bible's real. I don't think it's this all powerful thing. I do agree. I'm not gonna be like I'm Catholic or this or that. I do agree that he was like a prophet of some sort. I think he was just a normal guy who saw the world for what it was, and he was like, "Dang, why are we so hatred?"
Why are we so hatred?
Exactly.
All right, let's look at this. This is going to be fun. Let's read Mark.
What's a prophet, Rise?
It's someone who has something to say, who's someone who had an important role in life.
And just like, and they can tell the future or something, right?
Oh. Can they tell the future of something?
I mean, I think he did, but I think it was kind of redundant.
Totally redundant. All right, so here's in Mark chapter 14, and it's around verse 47 that it gets really interesting. So this is like when Jesus gets arrested. You know the story real well, Rays. He's up on the mountain with his buddies, the 12 buddies, and he's like crying, and they all fall asleep, and he's like, "What the fuck, dude? I'm gonna die." And they're like, "What are you talking about?" And he's like, "I'll pray about it." And he prays and says, like, "God, can we do something different, please? Like, this sucks. I'm gonna like fucking die on a cross. It's a terrible way to die." And God's like, "No, die, bitch." And he goes, "Fine." And then like they come to arrest him, and Judas kisses him. Remember, there's like that weird like kissing scene or something like that. All right, so he says, "I'll kiss the man. Arrest him," and he does that. So he comes and he kisses him, and then they laid hands on him. So he's getting kissed and handled, and they arrest him. But one of those who stood near drew his sword and struck the slave of the high priest. Okay. So wait a minute. They laid hands on him and arrested him, but one of those who stood near and struck the slave of the high priest, cutting off his ear. Did you know about this? That an ear got cut off, Rays?
Yeah, I did. It's a part of the story. One of his friends drew the sword and cut his ear off, and he was kind of like, no, this has to happen. Honestly, I believe if you read the Bible,
what happens after that? Doesn't he heal his ear or something?
No, that's another story. Yeah, that's a different miracle.
Oh, wow. Okay, so that's gross. But it also says here, this is where the secret part is, where Jesus' super secret thing is. "But let the scriptures be fulfilled. All of them deserted him and fled." And then in verse 51, it says, "A certain young man was following him, wearing nothing but a linen cloth. They caught hold of him, but he left the linen cloth and ran off naked." So why do you think there was
Where the hell does it say that at?
Verse 51. Why do you think Jesus was sneaking around with a nude young man? Oh,
I don't think he was.
It's a secret. Well, it says he was. I agree. I don't think like this is like the Bible, so it's not true. But if you think the Bible's true, then it does say that in the words here.
But how'd you go from him getting arrested to him hit?
Can you say that again? You broke up. How did it go to that? It just mentions in it. Yeah, it just mentions like, by the way, there was like a kind of like a barely dressed young man crawling around with Jesus, and when they tried to catch him, he ran off naked because they were fucking in the garden. Now
one of those great mysteries.
Yeah, there's another good secret one too, which is in the burial. You know what a burial is? Here it is. This is actually someone else's secret, but Jesus would have known about it because he's all knowing, so he helped keep this secret. So this is after Jesus died and they pierce his side, and then like his body's just on the cross. What do they do with it? Someone comes and gets it. Who? Well, it's Joseph of Arimathea, of course, the newest character in the Bible that no one's ever heard of, who was a disciple of Jesus, though a secret one, because of his fear of the Jews. Do you have that?
A fear of Jews?
Yeah.
No, why would I be scared of Jews?
I don't know why this guy was, but he was scared of the Jews, so he was like a secret follower of Christ. So he didn't tell anyone, and Jesus was like, "I won't tell on you." So yes, Jesus had secrets.
Yeah, he does. The Vatican's full of secrets.
Okay. Jimmy, did you want to respond to this at all? Okay.
So you're atheist. Do you believe in science?
I just sent him an invitation.
Jimmy's talking right now, guys. Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Can you guys not hear him?
No, the mute. It seems like he's muted here. I've sent him
I
an
can hear him.
invitation.
He's talking right now. You don't hear this?
No, I don't know that anyone.
Hold on, Joe. Hold on.
A lot of people are saying he's not here.
I hear him right now. Jimmy, he's talking to us. I'm the only one who can hear him?
Mary thinks he talks too much, but a lot of people are agreeing that like he's not. I guess we're all having different experiences because
he was just ripping Ray's apart. He was just saying like how like he sounds like he's like super stoned, and like he was saying that he like doesn't know the Bible. He has no idea about their religion, and he seems just like some like sorry, this was Jimmy saying this.
Some people are telling Jimmy to shut up.
Hold on. Okay, that's rude. Right, but he's supposed to be on your team. I got it. I'm sorry, Ray. He's I don't know.
The panel is like leaning too atheist at this point. We can't be having Jimmy against Reese. Also, I don't think
you know what I think.
Talking.
I think God's from the future.
That's what Jimmy said.
Think about it like this. Put this in your mind. Okay, so you had Jesus Christ.
I'll tell you
right?
what, you put it in my mind.
I am. So look at this. So Jesus was from the past, right? And like he already had a story made due to some like futuristic kind of thing, so the future can happen the way it's supposed to happen. You ever thought of it that way? That's why Jesus is our savior. He died for our sins and stuff like that.
I don't
so we
fully
can do
get
whatever
that.
we want. I mean,
I don't think you're a real Christian. Are you a Christian?
No, I said I'm agnostic. I believe in God. I think it's something that we should all put our minds
Yeah,
to.
so agnostic doesn't mean you believe in God.
I thought that's what it means.
No, it means you're
agnostic
not
means
sure about. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure about it.
Okay.
I think God's something that we just don't understand. So why do you choose to be atheist?
I don't. I'm just.
So where are you
that's
at?
just the truth. Like I didn't choose this thug life. You know, it chose me.
Oh, I felt that.
Okay. Well, I kind of get the feeling that maybe just having like a empty stage would be like more interesting than him.
Yeah, I can see it.
Oh, well, here's another guess. This can't be.
Sorry, I'm getting my weird bars.
Yeah, there's a little echo and stuff again.
Hey guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, it's okay, Joel. When you talk, it still sounds great to me. I love it. Abolial, welcome in. What's your age and what's your religion, please?
I'm 30 and I'm Muslim.
Okay. Well, I think that the description of God is a contradiction.
So yeah, let's talk about the idea of God, and then maybe if you want to talk about Islam, we can do that later. But just let's talk about whether there is a God or no, and then we'll try to see if there's a God, which religion is, the proper one.
Okay.
So my question is, can we create order from chaos without an external factor?
Sorry, can we what?
Can we create order from chaos without an external factor?
Maybe like if does nature count as an external factor? Sorry, you have like a lot of microphone noise and like some weird.
Hold on.
I don't know if your headphones are in your pocket or something.
Is this better?
It's different. It sounds really quiet. Are you guys hearing it quiet too in the chat? Try talking again or fix it maybe.
Is it better now?
That's a little better, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, it just sounds like you're rubbing your microphone or something a little bit. Like I'm hearing like. that kind of stuff.
Oh, there was a fan on. I just turned off the fan.
Okay. Okay. So you're saying that like because there's order in the universe that someone made it?
No, I'm just saying like order would not exist without an external factor, right? The earth or life as we know it, it's either chaotic, it just happened randomly, or somebody, designed it to be there.
I think that's a huge false dichotomy. I think it could have been an external factor that wasn't somebody, right? It could have been a something or a somewhat, right? Like a force, like we would say, like when you see a sphere in space, let me explain this. When you see a sphere in space and it's spherical, it's not that like somebody went up and like went, oh, I'm going to make this perfect sphere. Gravity is the force that makes matter spherical. It just naturally pulls it into like a beautiful sphere shape. Your microphone is terrible. I'm really trying to put up with it, but like you got to try to.
I'll just mute myself while you're talking.
Maybe it's while you're talking too. Like maybe get some headphones or something like that too. Or it's fine. So that's a great example that I just gave of how like in nature, without any external force, gravity just made a sphere. There wasn't somebody going like a sphere would be a good shape. It's just the process of nature.
But you agree the existence of gravity itself is an order.
Okay.
Yeah. So how did gravity exist?
Right, so we're showing right now that a non-being, a non-person can form spheres. So couldn't a non-person also form gravity? Why does it have to be a somebody?
Well, it's beyond somebody, right? When we talk about God, it's beyond that.
Yeah, so it's not a being of some sort. It's just like a force of nature, the creation force.
Yeah, but I mean, again, that creation force is creating systems, is creating orders. Even if we talk about gravity itself, gravity happens everywhere. It applies everywhere. We have the law of gravity. So that's something constant.
Okay.
The existence of gravity itself is proof that gravity did not come from chaos.
Okay.
Right? Order would not come from chaos without an
I don't know. Maybe it does. I've never seen gravity start.
Well, no, I mean, I'm not talking about gravity in specific. I'm talking in general about, again, order would not exist without an external factor.
Why not?
Right? Because, again, logically speaking, you cannot create order out of chaos without an external factor.
I just don't know that that's right? True. I think that like
you can.
I think things can naturally come into order. Maybe I don't know.
No, that's a well-known thing. Like that's
like. Do you think that? Are you saying that like the reason that all solar systems go from like the biggest planet to the smallest planet, like they're in order, that's like this natural order that happens, and someone came up with that?
Well, to me, it's very significant that the solar system remained for millions and millions of years, and the position of Earth, right? It allowed the
Agreed.
For water to be liquid. That's something very significant, like cosmically. You can look that up too.
That's true. Also on that's also true on Mars, and there's also liquid on other planets and moons.
Yeah, but you can look up Mars temperature, and you can look up other planets' temperatures. There might be water, but it could be like in vapor, or it could be ice. But having liquid water is
there was liquid water on Mars. There was liquid water all over Mars.
Yeah, probably underground, not like
it used to be covered in ocean.
Look that up, bro. No, Mars is not covered in ocean.
Not now, but it used to be.
Okay, maybe. I don't know when the temperature was right.
Did Mars have oceans? The answer says yes.
Mm-hmm. Did it like have oceans, seas of water?
Yeah, there's a whole thing called the Mars ocean theory that states nearly a third of the surface of Mars was covered by an ocean of liquid water early in the planet's geological history. This primordial ocean, dubbed Paleo Ocean or Oceanus Borealis. Can you mute up here? The clicking is just driving me nuts. I don't know if you're like lighting something on fire or what you're doing, but and there's all these like all this evidence, historical history of observational evidence, the Viking landers, of course, all of the, Perseverance, all the like MERS missions, MERS, stuff like that, Mars exploration rovers, Sojourner, I think, found some good stuff. And then all of the like MOM, like the Indian orbiters and things like that. So they're finding all this evidence. Every time they look deeper in, there's more evidence for this. So yes. Okay. There used to, the main leading theory is that there used to be oceans covering Mars in a liquid water form. And we do know that there are liquid on other moons and planets in the solar system. Are there on other planets? We're not sure about other planets, but on other moons, there is liquid, right? It's just maybe not water, but there's liquid. And probably like Europa's probably like has more ocean water than Earth, right? Liquid.
What's that? Has more water than Earth?
Europa?
Oh, I don't know about that. Does it have an atmosphere?
Possibly, but the water exists under a shell of ice. So
there you go.
It would be its own ecosystem under the ice.
I guess, but again, the temperature, having temperature to have liquid water, having the atmosphere to have
that's there. We see plumes. This is also true of Enceladus. I think Enceladus we have more plume evidence. What are you lighting on fire?
I'm smoking.
Can you mute up for that?
Yeah, sure.
Your microphone's already clicky, and then you're like doing this like lighting sound. Sorry, it's just like in my ears, annoying. Yeah, so there's like the temperature seems fine there. There's other like things at play besides just temperature that can liquidate water as well, right? So.
Yeah, I'm not just talking about temperature. It's the temperature, the atmosphere, and having physical water. 70% of Earth is water. That's also significant.
Well, of the surface, not.
I'm not saying.
Just to get your facts right. It's not that 70% of the Earth is water. 70% of the surface is covered in a very thin layer of water.
Okay. Yeah. So that's
it's just
also
a technical thing.
That's also but that's also very significant cosmically. And I'm not saying just because of having liquid, like just having a sea or just having an atmosphere, having all of them together on one planet and remaining for millions of years, sustaining millions of lives, right? I don't think that's random. Okay. And again, we go back to the same.
So let's say God did it, and it was like, so somebody was like, there's all these other planets, but this one, I'm going to make it just right. He moved it apart from the sun enough, and he put the water and just enough water on it, and then he like went onto its atmosphere to give it some like good stanky breathy atmosphere that could support life. And then he like sat there and just like fingered in the primordial soup until it like made life, right? Okay, so now we know that a guy did that. Who was it?
Well, it's for me, right? It's the same God that...
It was you?
No, bro. For me. I mean, from my perspective.
Oh, yeah. So you think it was like Allah or something?
Yeah, definitely. But
why?
But not just on the Islamic sense, right? On basically every religion that came on earth speaks about one powerful creator, the same creator that created you, that created me, that created the trees, that created life, right? And that creator has, there's some sort of a punishment and a reward system. Like, look at all religions that,
Why are you telling me this? Are you giving me a history of religion? I said, no, I mean, why? How do we know who made it? Who made the earth at the right temperature?
God.
I know that's what you're saying.
Creator.
Why do you think that? Is it because other people believed in other gods that you think your God's right? Is that why you brought up the other religions that have different gods?
No, it's not about my God and your God. It's just one God, right?
But some people have lots of gods. Why do you only get one?
Like Hindus, right? They have a lot of gods, but ultimately there's a one powerful God above all of the other gods, right? So it all falls back to the same basic principles. I'm not saying that the details are the same, but again,
let's pretend they are. Let's say all the religion on earth throughout history has always said it's one God.
Finish what I'm trying to say, bro.
It's boring. Like, to get to your point.
Well,
I know
my
that
point
other
is
people believe in other gods. That's great. Go on, move on.
Yeah, but my point is, it's the same God, right?
It's not. They have different names. They have different attributes. They have different qualities. They were invented by different people. Like, everything about them is different. To claim that is absolutely crazy. You sound like a crazy person.
It might sound crazy, but again, if you think about the concepts that every religion talk about, the same God who created everything is gonna have a reward system, right? Either gonna reward you or punish you. Whether you want to take it as a karma, whether you want to take it as heaven and hell, whether you want to take it... These basic principles exist in every religion, basically, right? And you're told to be a nice person, you're told to be a good person to others. There is no religion that tells you to be a bad person.
Yeah,
right?
there is.
And that
Christianity did. Christianity sent people to go slaughter people.
I don't know much about Christianity.
Then why are you making claims about it, buddy?
Because I mean, look at all the organizations that help the poor people.
So you're telling me that Heaven's Gate was a good idea, and then you guys have the same God as the cult of Heaven's Gate?
What is Heaven's Gate?
The guys who killed themselves when like a hail bop came.
Who? I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're just like saying, here's a claim about all religions. And then when I asked you about it, you're like, well, I don't know about that religion. Why are you making claims about it, dude? Do you know all the religions?
No, I know what they're doing.
Do you know what all of the religions' stories are and their creation stories are?
I don't care about the stories as much as I care about the application. What are you told, right? If
Your whole point was that they all have the same story. Remember you were saying that?
The same God. I'm saying they all have the same God, right? There's a God who's going to reward you or punish you.
So prove it then. In the Greek pantheon, who is the God?
No, the Greeks did not have...
Okay, not that one, but like okay. What about in like the Mayan or Aztec cultures? Like, which of their gods was the one true God?
Well, I mean, the older the religion, the harder it is to understand, right? Because it went through
that's
a
why
lot
this
of
one's
human...
like those ones are not as old as like yours, for example. So which one of theirs was
the Mayans?
Yeah,
the Mayans, bro. I think it's pretty old. I like, to be honest, I haven't read much about them. I'm not
okay.
gonna
So we don't know that one. Okay, what about like over in like Japan and Asia, like in China and those areas and stuff? What of their religions is the true God?
I think in Japan they're Buddhists. Like there's a lot of Buddhism in there. I'm not sure. Again, I'm not gonna make claims, but if you look at the application again, look at the Japanese people. They're very respectful.
You know that you made claims. To say that you're not going to make claims now is sounds like you're backpedaling.
No, I'm not going to make claims about something I don't know about.
Oh, okay. Then I would say don't talk about any other religions and just only talk about yours because you don't know about any of the other religions.
Yeah, but I know that they have the same concepts, the same basic concepts.
But that's not true because I just asked you about like 4 of them and you were like, I don't know anything about those and I won't make claims about them.
You asked me about the Mayans and you asked me...
And you don't know about them.
Okay, I mean, how many people
tell me which ones you do know about. Are you just saying, do you just mean you and Christianity have the same God and maybe Hindu? Just those ones?
I think also Buddhist. I spoke to Buddhist people and they also have the same...
What's the Buddhist God?
I think they follow, like, they pray to Buddha, and in a way, Buddha would connect them to the higher...
Did Buddha create the universe? It's the same one? Like you're talking about the one who, like, Buddha set the earth conditions just right in their religion?
I'm not sure. But
yeah,
again,
so that one doesn't count either because you don't know that one either. You don't know any of this shit.
Bro.
Like, what are you doing, man?
Bro, again, I'm saying the same basic concepts. The concept that same God who created...
It's a very different concept.
Bro, there's always a reward.
All right, I'm going to let you do this lie one more time, and I want to interrupt you. Do your like dumb misinformation lie, and then we'll move on from it. Go ahead.
So again, the basic concept that there is a God who created everything. He's either going to have a reward or a punishment for you. that exist in Buddhism, that exist in Hinduism, that exist in Christianity, that exist in Islam, that exist in pretty much like most, I'm not going to say all, but most of the religions, right? I'm not sure how many people follow the Mayan religion, but I don't think it's very...
What does the sense of morality, like a right and wrong and a punishment, have to do with who created the earth?
It's the same, again, it's the same message. It's the same concept being repeated on history over and over and over.
But do you see that it's not? Because you started by saying, look at the order of the universe. The earth is just right. And now you're pivoting to like, there's gods that are doing, they're judges. They're not creators. What you're saying, you're describing more of a pantheon. There's one God that creates the order, another God that does morality, maybe one for like animals or something like that. That makes more sense. Like you're describing a pantheon of gods, and that makes a lot more sense to me. But I want to hear whether you're this.
Why couldn't it be the same God?
I don't know. Okay, I don't know what your name is, other person here. Do you mean to be here?
Yeah, my name is Mohammed. Sorry, it's in Arabic.
Are you getting a phone call?
No. Like I was, but not anymore.
Okay, what's your age in religion?
I'm 18, I'm Muslim.
Okay. And then do you agree with everything this guy said?
Wait, is he Muslim in the first place?
Yeah.
I wasn't really listening, but I think you were kind of misrepresenting him. You were saying he's a pantheon or something.
Yeah, please represent him better. Go ahead.
Yeah, but that's why I didn't listen. So, as a Muslim, I don't think he would be the pantheon.
You weren't listening, but you know that I was misrepresenting him?
Yeah, because you can't be a Muslim in a pantheon. So he's either lying or you're misrepresenting him.
Oh, yeah, you definitely weren't listening then. Yeah, you missed that whole
Yeah, that's what I just said. I wasn't listening.
Okay, yeah. So, yeah, I wasn't misrepresenting him. You just weren't paying attention is what's happening. Did you have something else you wanted to talk about?
No, you kind of did. You kind of did.
Did you have something else you wanted to talk about?
Oh, yeah, about God and everything.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so why do you not believe in God? Let me just ask you the simple question.
I just think it's bullshit.
Okay, but why? So you have no rational reason to believe in God, to not believe in God?
I have no rational reason to. I don't accept things unless there's some sort of a like reason to.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a reason to believe in God, but you don't have a reason to not believe in God. So you just don't believe in God blindly?
There's a reason to?
Yeah, there is a reason, but I'm asking you, do you have an actual reason?
Yeah, I haven't heard that yet.
Sure, we can go through that, but you don't have any reason to not believe in God, right?
I do have a reason to not believe in God. I have never experienced, seen it, or detected it in any way. I believe in erasers because there's one right here. I've experienced it. I've detected it. Boom. I believe in some things that I haven't experienced but have been detected by trustworthy sources. I'll accept that. Right? But I haven't heard a good reason to believe in God. You're saying you have one?
Yeah, no, yeah, I get it. But like, so for example, the history of the prophets and, all of those things that we have in books and stuff, those are not like, what would you call those?
Fiction.
Fiction. And can you prove that?
Yeah, sure. There's like miracles and stuff in them, right? They say like...
No, for example, can you prove like the prophets are fiction and they're not real?
Like Muhammad?
Like Jesus. All of them. Jesus, like Muhammad till Abraham.
Yeah, I think he just made stuff up.
Oh, so all of them who came with the same message consistently were all just making stuff up. And
well, they had different messages here and there, right? Jesus came to fix what Moses did. Paul fixed what Jesus did. Muhammad fixed what Paul did. And then John, what's the guy's name from Mormonism, fixed what your guy did.
Wait, let me ask you this
question. He fixed Paul some more, I guess. They were schisming out in different ways.
When Abraham was rejected by his people, what did he call his people to believe in? What was the message, the principal message he told his people?
Yahweh, right?
Yeah, but his message was monotheism, right? Like he told his people to only adhere to one God and just one God. You agree with me?
Okay, yeah.
And what did Muhammad also came with? Like this is from Abraham to
just
Muhammad.
Because they each picked one God, that makes them consistent? That's the only thing?
It's not just that. It's not just that. Because all those prophets
I don't mind the oneness. It's the thing where it's like, and there's miracles. That's when I'm like, this is bullshit. And like with Muhammad, he's like, I had a dream about God, and so I know about God. Like, come on, dude, that's bullshit. I don't believe you. He had dreams about all kinds of stuff. Doesn't make it true.
I'm not talking about the miracles. Yeah, I'm just talking about the message they all came consistently with.
How did they get the message?
Let me answer. Let me explain it to you. Okay. So from Abraham till Muhammad, there's like thousands of years, right? It's a huge amount of years. Okay. And throughout those years, you had prophets who kept coming on consistently, and coincidentally, even there's like 1,000 of years of gaps between them, they're still calling to the same message and claiming to worship the same God. They're still calling to.
Did Prophet Muhammad have access to Abraham's writings?
No, because he was illiterate, and that's also what's argued in the Quran.
So he never heard of him. He never like knew anything about it.
No, so maybe he could have heard of those religions because he had Christian friends, okay? But knowing the theology of the religion.
So he had a dream, and he said the dream was from the same God that I've heard of, and it's like this. Now it's a little bit different, and he changed what it was like.
Are you talking about the revelation of the Quran? What are you talking about exactly?
Yeah,
what do you mean a dream?
Didn't he have dreams about Allah, and that's how he learned stuff?
No. So wait, are you talking
says.
about how? Yeah, he had dreams, but what are you talking about exactly? Are you talking about dreams he had, or are you talking about the revelation he received?
Yeah, so sometimes he had a dream and he says it's a revelation from God, right?
Yeah. Sometimes in his dreams he would receive revelation. Yeah.
Yeah, like he had the dream about Aisha, and he was like, I'm supposed to marry this little girl. I dreamed it from Allah, and so then he did it, right? And I'm saying this guy just made that up. That seems like bullshit. This guy's just a creepy pedo. He's just making up stuff that God said. That seems way more likely to me than that an actual God made the universe and picked one creepy pedo to like deliver his secret message in via dream so that he would be able to do that. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? This is so like just wildly unbelievable.
I get that. I get that. You know, it's kind of hard to accept when a man comes to you and tells you that I've had a dream, I've received revelation, I'm a prophet, right? You would agree with that? You would be skeptic over that.
Absolutely. I'd be like, no, you can't marry my daughter.
Yeah, true.
Get away from us.
Sure, I agree with you. No, sure. If you want to go with the 21st century worldview, sure, you can argue that. There's no issue. But when we come back to society 1400 years ago, especially concerning a man who all his life was known as someone who was honest, someone who was good, you know, even the people who hated him knew that he had a strong character. According to everyone around him, even his enemies didn't like him.
I would have disagreed with that. Yeah.
Yeah, but you haven't actually read the scripture. That's why you disagree with that because you don't actually.
Okay, well, I mean, I can read it and get back to it if you want, but the parts of it I've read are really gross to me. Like it either seems like this is obviously bullshit, or it's like calling for the death of atheists. Like, this is nuts. I don't want to stand by this. I don't want to read this anymore.
Look. Okay, no, I get that you have misconceptions about some things. It's okay.
But it's just because of what the words say.
It's because of what?
What the words say in it? Maybe if I were illiterate, that would be better. Then I could get a direct message from God that would like be a little bit more convincing. But if I'm reading these books that this guy wrote, not convincing. Just gross.
Yeah, okay, so first of all, I get you have some misconceptions about some things because you haven't actually read history or whatsoever. You know, I actually haven't read the context of some things, which I agree with, because in the first time too, when I read over some things, I was shocked. Then I actually understood.
Have you read all of the other religious texts? Like from every other religion?
And the words? No, of course not, because some religions disappeared.
Right, but the ones that we have access to, have you read them all?
I've read the biggest, like Christianity, Judaism, and some of Hinduism, yeah.
Oh, okay, so the Vedas, like you've read a little bit of, but not all of them. No Taoism, no Buddhist text, no like.
No, yeah, kinda, not too much though.
Maybe you just don't understand it. Maybe those ones are true, you know.
Yeah, theologically they're not coherent, but I mean that's kind of diverting, right? Because we were originally
I guess that's where I think too. Like I look at the book and it's like, here's this God that created everything, and he's super great. He really is just like made of love, and he also sends secret messages to prophets that tells them to fuck children. That doesn't seem good. This is theologically incoherent. I'm out. I don't have to read the rest of this anymore. It saved me what 3 weeks of reading this boring book. It's great. Yeah. So bad for her, good for me. I don't have to read it anymore. And until that gets solved, I don't think I need to think about it.
Let me get this right. You're judging. So hold on. You're judging the objective word. You're judging the objective reality by using your worldview. So you're saying because I think this is wrong, then it is going to be wrong. That's what you're saying.
Like you just did with the Vedas. Yeah.
No. Hold on. Because you're judging moral things, right? And you're saying, this is wrong.
I wish I could like you. I wish I could like set aside my morality that I have, that I feel, and then like read this book.
No. Hold on.
And go, wow, okay, I can really see where he's coming from here, but I'm unable to do that. I have a really hard time because it's like he fucked this kid, so it's really hard for me to do that. You know.
I get it. So, for example, you would be you sitting here in the 21st century. You sitting here in the 21st century, you would be like, okay, this is wrong because in the 21st century, this is not normalized anymore. But hold on, what if you were born?
That's when I live. I live right now.
That's beautiful. But what if you were born like 500 years ago in like the 15th century?
Well, you'd have to ask me then.
Yeah, no, true. But if you actually think about it rationally, in the 15th century, it was still normalized, okay? So you wouldn't have come up with the same argument.
I agree.
Because your worldview would be different.
I'm so glad I was born now where I'm able to like, live in this time.
Okay, so my question to you
hold on a second. What was your name again? Because I can't read what this said.
It's Moha. My name's Moha.
Moha?
Yeah.
Moha. So like, how do you do it? How do you like read this knowing that the author like fucked a kid?
Yeah, so
how do you set that aside?
Wait, can you repeat your question?
You read the book knowing that this happened, that this like terrible thing happened to her, and that this is the author of that. But like, I have a hard time listening to R. Kelly songs. You know what I mean? Like, it's just like, God, this the freaking Weekend's is a jam. But God, what he did is it just rubs me the wrong way.
You want me to answer?
Yeah. So how do you set that aside? How do you set your morals aside?
Yeah. So first of all, we have to, you cannot judge the past with today's laws. Okay. So we got to look at how was it in the past. Okay. So that's why historical and cultural context actually matters. Okay. Because if you look at marriage norms 1400 years ago, and that wasn't just with the Arabs, that was with the Christians, with the Greco-Romans, even with the Jews, right? In 7th century Arabia and all around the world, it was.
Just to be clear, when you say that we can't judge the past, do you mean that like it did used to be wrong, but we can't judge it as wrong, or that it used to be okay and now it's not okay?
No. What I'm saying is that if you apply, because look, I'm pretty sure you come from modern Western norms, right? That's your background, something like this, yeah. So what you're doing is you're applying your modern Western norms. Yes. Yeah. You're applying your modern Western norms
and you're
to
not.
Ancient societies. No, hold on. Yeah, because I have a different worldview than yours, okay?
Is your worldview... Okay, let me just to be clear. In your worldview right now, in your current day thing, do you think it's okay to...
No, because hold on, that's an ad hominem, because now you want to attack me personally. You're not actually addressing the argument.
I'm not attacking you.
That's what you want to get to.
Dude, if you took that personally, that's on you, dude. That's fucking gross.
No, because you asked me a personal question. You told me...
Ask me that same question. We're talking about me. Why can't we talk about you?
Yeah, because you're the one making the argument. So let me answer. Okay? I'm not even talking about you. I'm just talking about how
answer no, and it won't be an ad hom. Answer yes, and it will be.
I'm just not going to answer. I don't have to answer. So let me just answer
Well, if you don't want to
question.
answer stuff, I'll probably just move on. I feel like you're disgusting. And that's an easy one to answer. That's an easy one to be like, even if you're like, hey, that might be an ad hom, but absolutely, you cannot do that. That's terrible. Absolutely not. Like, that's the easiest thing to say. But when you go like, this is a personal attack on me. Okay, now I'm concerned about you. But I'm not concerned about him, at least not yet. Welcome in. What's your age and religion?
You don't remember me? Oh, no. What? I've already been here.
I talked to like 50 people a night. I'm sorry. Was it today?
No, it was all right. That's fair. It was a little while ago.
Oh, okay.
But I do want to reply to what he said. Really, the other guy.
But wait, are you a Muslim?
No. But he said
Why
that.
Why do you want to talk to them?
I'm assuming that he's still watching. So I do have something to say in replying to what.
I'm sorry, but I don't think that that's allowed.
Oh. Well, I kind of wanted to speak with him, but...
let me see if I can bring him back up. Hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Oh, no, he's not in the box. but him, like, this is, I don't know if you know this. This is my life.
I know that. I know.
But do you have access to go live?
I don't think so.
Let me see how many followers you have here.
Oh, I definitely don't. Okay, if it goes by followers, I definitely don't.
Yeah, I don't know what the limit to go live is, but if you get, like, maybe everybody follow him, and then you can start your own live, and that guy will come up and you can talk to him there. But, like, that'd be weird because, like, do you want me to leave while you talk to him?
Oh, no.
Wait, are you a
I
Christian?
do have a question for you. Yeah.
Okay, how old are you again?
Well, 18, soon to be 19.
I feel like that's a lie. Why are you lying?
Wait, what? How was that a lie? Is he back? Oh,
no, this is someone else. Okay, what's your question?
Okay, the last time that I spoke to you, you said that Jesus was a glutton because he had multiple feasts, right?
Because he had what?
Because he consistently, I'm repeating what you said, because he consistently feasted with his apostles.
Yeah, so you don't remember me. You're thinking of someone else. I'd never have said anything like that.
What? You didn't say the last time I spoke to you that Jesus was a glutton because of all the feasts he had.
No, close your eyes for a second and just listen. Like, really don't look at your screen. What do you think my name is?
Mezzo, I think. Or wait, it is Mezzo. Wait, what? What kind of question is that?
You've never talked to me. I've never talked about Jesus being a glutton ever. Maybe it was Joel. I sometimes hang out on Joel's live. It could have been that.
Okay.
Does anyone remember me talking about Jesus being a glutton? Barry, do you remember that?
I'm on being wait for that one, bro.
Correct me if I'm wrong.
I think I was too. I don't think I was here for that one.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you believe that.
Might have been down the pub, miss.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but you believe that the universe is consistently being, I guess, destroyed and recreated, like it's just a loop, right? That's what I remember you saying last time.
Maybe.
Okay, well, what do you believe in?
That's a pretty common thing, though, that, like, the universe is eternal and there's a big bang and a big crunch. Like, there's evidence for that. It's like a pretty common thing amongst, like, physicists and stuff, you know? That's not like, I didn't make that up.
How would I? No, I know that. I'm saying, how would I have known that and have already been following you?
Every atheist, like, will, you know, toss that out as a potential possibility, pretty much. So,
well, if you don't remember, I can't force you. So, oh well. Well, I really only had that one response because I thought back on our conversation, and that was the one thing that stuck out to me that for some reason I didn't reply to the first time. But if you don't remember that, well, then I guess I can't really.
That Jesus was a glutton?
Yeah, that's the one thing that I remember that stuck out to me. Because at the time, I didn't believe it, but I didn't have anything to argue against it. But later on, when I had thought about it, and your life had already ended, so now that I had caught you now, I was hoping to reiterate, or for you to reiterate your question or your statement, and for me to, I guess, contradict it, defend it, whatever the case.
What does gluttony mean? Like you just engorge yourself with food?
I guess that's a way of thinking about it. The overconsumption,
I don't think he was a glutton. I don't think so. I would probably argue against that. He's not shown to eat that much. There's like the Last Supper. The time he multiplies all the bread, he seemed to share it.
I know that's what I was gonna say.
He could have, like, we don't know, like maybe in secret, because like if you think of it this way, like this was his one chance to experience humanity, and so he was kind of on a like Rumspringa a little bit from heaven, like you know how they do Rumspringa over in Amish land. So like maybe he was down here and like after everyone went to bed, he was just like making fucking cheeseburgers and like and like they never show up because he doesn't have to burn calories. He can just like gone. So maybe, I guess we'll never know, but I would never argue that Jesus was a glutton. I would just say that he was like a guy. Maybe I said guy. Jesus was a guy and you got confused.
Or I remember when you said glutton, because when you said glutton, the first thing the image that popped into my head was the Last Supper. And I remember that's why I remembered it. But I mean, like I said, I can't.
I don't think it was me. I've like literally no idea what you're talking about. I've never said anything about gluttony. I don't even think it's a real sin. Isn't that, is it? Like, I don't know. So, yeah.
The Bible has a bit to say about gluttony. I think they view it worse than an alcoholic.
I tried to understand that, but try one more time.
The Bible views gluttony worse than being an alcoholic. If you look at the scriptures, there's more scriptures about gluttony than getting on the piss.
Maybe you were talking to Barry. Barry, do you think Jesus was a glutton or just an alcoholic?
He definitely enjoyed a wine, I think. I'd say.
Oh, well, Jesus drank wine, but I don't, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think Jesus ever gotten drunk. I don't think.
I think he was probably toasted when he cursed the fig tree. You'd have to be to like. Have you ever seen a sober guy yell at a tree? That's a drunk move.
You said that the last time too. You mentioned how he cursed the fig tree, and how there's different translations say different things. How one of them is that he cursed the fig tree because it had no fruit, and the other one is that he did it for no reason.
No, you know the reason he cursed the fig tree is because the fig tree represents Israel, so it's the old.
Oh, I thought it was just because God hates figs.
Oh, maybe that too. The next day is always trouble with figs, isn't it?
Well, I guess I don't have a question for you that I haven't already asked.
Did you want to ask Barry something?
Well, no. I guess the only two things I really had to say was in response to the last guy, and everything that I've said to you has already been said.
Well, you cooked me. Jesus wasn't a glutton. I feel like you've obliterated me. I'm sorry I ever brought it up, and I'll change my sinful ways. That's what the other person that you were gonna, like, that actually did it. That's exactly what they would have said. They would have just like crumbled apart. Not me. Like, I wouldn't do that, but I'm just like doing them for you. So, all right. Well, thanks for coming up. Have a good time. Remember me next time, though. Barry, hi, welcome in. God's description's a contradiction, hence he's fiction. Go.
That's, I didn't actually read it. God's description is a contradiction, hence he is fiction. Yeah, I guess you could look at it that way if you want to.
All right, well, that's a good talk, I think, and it is about 11:50, so I might wrap it up there. But thank you so much for coming in. Okay.
Cheers, Mez. Have a good one, mate.
All right. I guess there's one more guy here. We'll see. One more quick one. Blessed Tomes. What's your name here? Thomist. Are you here?
Yeah, me. Shalom, shalom.
Right back at you. Hey, how old are you and what's your religion?
Yeah, by the grace of God, I'm a Catholic. I'm 29.
Awesome. Well, I think God's description's like this contradiction, so I think he's fiction. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think as you put the prompt on the screen, he's omnipotent, omniscient, omnipresent, and omnibenevolence. I don't think they are contradictory. Why do you think they are?
Yeah, omnipotence means he can like literally do anything, but omnibenevolence means he can only do good things. Being omnipresent, it's like there's this old thing in Hollywood. Have you ever worked in Hollywood? Or maybe in the Valley?
Working in the Hollywood?
Yeah, when you're making like a TV show or a movie, you'll like you'll go do a pitch. And you'll pitch it and they'll go, yes, we buy the show, we're going to do the show. Okay, now what? How are we going to do it? Well, there's three things: fast, cheap, and good. Pick two. Okay. Now, in this industry, it's true that like if you want it to be fast and cheap, it's not going to be good. It's going to end up not that good. If you want it to be fast and good, it's not going to be cheap, right? If you want it to be cheap and good, that's possible, but it's not going to be fast. It's going to take a long time. So I think that like that's a similar thing that happens with the omnis, right? With you can be all powerful, maybe that might contradict itself. I don't understand what exactly it means. Like, but to be able to do anything, maybe you could just be that. Like, you could also be all good, right? Like Joel is, for example. I think he's like an all good person, but I don't think you can be both. Once you have both of those, they kind of they kind of ruin each other.
So I think maybe there is a misunderstanding on the God omniproperties. In a Thomistic sense, we say God essence is his own existence. Like God, he does not possess goodness.
Oh, so he's not. Yeah, if he's not all good.
No, I mean, he's not possessing the goodness. He is the goodness itself. He is the good, with the goodness itself. So, like me and you, we are creatures in a creature order. We possess love. We possess goodness.
Is your parrot an atheist or something? Like, why is your parrot screaming? Or do you work at an aviary?
No, why?
There's really loud birds and stuff.
Okay. It's just in my home here. I just have just enjoying nature here, you know. Yeah, I'm just from East Africa here, so
I'd love to talk with you, but the sound quality is a bit too rough. Okay, I think we should probably be about done anyways. Joel fell asleep at work, which is not good. Ray, how old are you?
21.
What's your religion?
I'm a Christian.
All right, go ahead real quick. Why do you think God isn't a contradiction?
Right.
Clearly he is, right?
No, okay, so I just want to take you there. You don't gotta know. Yeah. I'll tell you.
You know this one?
No, I don't.
Huh?
No, I don't. Hey, bro, you're tough, bro. You're good at this stuff. Oh, yeah. Hey.
This is how we do it. It's Friday night.
Friday night. Feel alright.
Party's here on the west side. So I reach for my 40 and I pick it up. Designated driver with the keys to my truck. Get the back cause I'm faded. Friendlies in the back say, yeah, my we made it.
Yeah, hey.
This is how we do it.
How you doing, babe? Yeah.
This is how we do it.
How you doing?
This is how we do it.
How you doing?
This is how we do it.
That's fine.
Yeah, that's... How's the chorus go? Oh yeah, here we go.
Hit that shit.
Everybody, thank you so much for coming in tonight. It was nice to have you here. I loved having you all here. Friday night, what a live, what a good time. Go get your asses some sleep. And enjoy the vibes in your dreams.
Does it like nobody does. To all the neighbors the old school back. This is how we do it.
Wherever you guys go, you can say Mezzo Raid, you can say Joel Raid, you can say BBD Raid. Let me see if there's anyone on who I am familiars with. It says not. There might be some people live, and sometimes it doesn't refresh on this all the way. So, who? If you guys know someone who's live, go ahead and put their name in the chat. Who's on? Yeah, raid your pillow, honestly. Like, I say this sometimes, just go up in your bed, get nuzzled all up in your PJs, put on a blanket and some like quiet music, and then just get up on your pillow and be like, Mezzo Raid. Mezzo Raid. Good night, everybody.